to Mindshock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to another Flat Earth logical analysis. This time, it is the one and only Dr. Shiva Ayyaduirai versus Flat Earth Dave. Apologies for the glitches on the stream. I have no idea what is up with YouTube. Sometimes when you hit the go live button, it doesn't work. The go live button disappeared this time around, so there was nothing to even hit. Oh man, quite the journey here on YouTube. As always, if you enjoy the Mindshock podcast, want to help logic and reason return to a world where it's quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do good priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast. Depending on your tier, questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. If you're not getting the updates, you could also become a free patron. There is a free tier, and you will still get all of the updates. So this is a very interesting debate slash conversation slash I have no idea what this is. I've skipped through it, so it's not 100% blind. I have to say, I was a pretty big fan of Shiva Ayyaduirai. I mean, this guy was speaking some just basic common sense during the events of 2020 plus. And yeah, it was okay. Well, we'll go through it piece by piece in typical Mindshock fashion with logic and reason at the forefront. But this is definitely not your usual flat Earth debate. This isn't your usual goofery. We're going to dissect exactly what this is logically, and keeping in mind psychological factors. I always advocate for not only the use of logic and reason, but the study of psychology, so you understand why the logicality or illogicality presented is presented as such. Welcome everyone in the chat. We got Wendy Howard, Lord Zed, Billy Labadie, Chin Chin, Heracles, Clark Rice, South to West. Some people keep mentioning Justin Johnson. What happened to Justin Johnson? He hasn't been around in a little bit. He was almost on every stream a while ago. Let me know if the audio is good. The stream appears to be working now. All the buttons have magically reappeared, so we should be good to go. Clark Rice says, trying to raise my 5 mil for the U.S. gold card. Flat Bob, I see your message. Are my messages not coming through? I see your previous message. Let's go logic. And the previous one, how's everyone doing? Were they not? Did they not show up before? Huh. That is kind of weird. Now I can see you now. Flat Bob, I can see you now. That is kind of weird. I don't remember seeing it before. Oh, did you? Oh, I might have had it in top chat. So YouTube automatically puts chat into top chat instead of live chat. You have to manually switch it to live chat to get all messages. So sometimes people's messages are not going to appear in top chat, but everybody should be appearing in live chat. Yeah, Flat Bob, I think I might have had it in top chat originally, so I might not have seen everybody. Welcome, Saddle Bum. Heracles says, the reaction to the final experiment disappointed Justin Johnson as it did me. Okay, I need to do a stream on that. I think it's finally time. I just never understood the hoopla over the final experiment. You're watching, so assuming they really did go. So Austin, because I asked Austin, he said he has documentation of all their travel. So, because some people were saying that they didn't go. I mean, it's not, is it really that implausible? I mean, I've actually known people that have taken that cruise down there and, you know, walked around whatever piece of whatever. So, yeah, but wasn't Justin Johnson around for a bit after the final experiment, or he meant the reaction by flat earthers just chastising Austin? Is that what he meant? I saw some weird stuff. I don't want to get too much into it here, but I will be doing a stream covering all of that. For the people that don't want to wait, is it really beyond the realm of plausibility that there's some kind of holographic activity going on? I mean, do people forget about Operation Bluebeam or Project Bluebeam? I always bring that up. I mean, do people actually think it would be impossible for scientists working, or alleged scientists working in bases in Antarctica for decades, to come up with some kind of sun simulator? Is that a complete impossibility? Number one. Number two, if our entire Earth is some kind of planetarium, who knows how it works? Again, I mean, narcissistic goofs hallucinate to know how everything works, but yeah, it's weird. CZLD says, I think they went, just shady behavior and video was presented. Something wasn't right. Yeah, the video definitely looks weird. It definitely looks weird, but that doesn't necessarily mean they were in on some kind of con. Although I have no idea what happened to Jaren. That's a subject for another time. Because how would... It's just so weird. Like, Austin... I watched Austin's parts of Austin's last few streams. He was basically making fun of the goofs who were saying, like, how does a sun making a movement in the sky completely invalidate all of the body of work being discussed prior? Like, just the basic math of curvature or anything. Literally, the other 99% of everything being discussed in flat Earth cosmology, that all goes out the window because something happened in the sky. I mean, just the level of goofery regarding the final experiment in the first place. Like, why would people put blind faith? And it wasn't even an experiment, right? Like, where are the controls? Where are the manipulated variables? I mean, it's not an experiment. You're going there to make an observation. So even the title kind of gives it away, the level of goofery. The level of goofery. Christopher Allen, welcome. Bill Labadie says, they got the Rogan suitcase deal. Boys. There was definitely a noticeable change with Rogan when he was the moon landing crusader, and then after the fact. All right. So does anybody have any other questions specifically about Shiva or Flat Earth Dave here as we discuss this? Because we're gonna dive in a minute here. Any other questions? But yeah, I'll be doing a video on the final experiment, which isn't even an experiment, on what it does or doesn't prove, and the shadiness around it, and the behavior after the fact. I mean, so who's familiar with Flat Earth Jake? He was doing a lot of football videos. He's been attacking Jaren for a long time within the Flat Earth sphere. The flatosphere, I'm talking about personalities within Flat Earth. Heracles says, I don't think Jaren was a plant, but I think he wanted to be a popular YouTuber more than he was a flat earther. Yeah, but it doesn't even make any sense, because he threw his own logic out the window, because even if it wasn't some kind of hologram, like, let's say the sun really did do that in Antarctica. If you haven't verified where is Antarctica in relation to all the other continents, like, you haven't actually verified any of the variables. So what would that prove? I mean, it's just weird. It's just weird. I mean, Jaren... See, I call a lot of people dumb. I've never called Jaren dumb. Like, one of the first debates I've seen was Jaren against Sartain, that goof Sartain, the current reigning, defending Dunning-Kruger champ, based on the old Mindshock logical analysis system. Based on the old system, he's still the champ. Jaren was in there with some really, really logical points. I mean, there's no way he's that level of dummy as to think a movie, like, let's assume it was real. Like, let's, just for the sake of argument, let's say there was no hologram and they weren't in on some kind of con. Let's assume it was all organic and it happened the way they claimed. How would that have anything to do with Jaren's countless thousands of hours of discussing flat Earth and all the observations and mathematical, like, how does that go out the window just because something in the sky did something? So there is an issue with Jaren. I don't know what the issue is, but there's definitely some kind of an issue there. Like, he's not that dumb. So if who said the suitcase? Who made the comment about the suitcase? Billy Labadie. Is that the correct pronunciation? Is it Labadie or Labadie? Labadie. Labadie? Labadie. Or we'll just call him Billy. So if he just got the suitcase deal, that makes sense. But for him to just magically go full retard, that doesn't make any sense. All right, so let's get started here.
All right, Dave. So what's the goal of this discussion?
The goal of this discussion is to open your mind to some questions that you may have never known that you had, and to point out some things that you assume to be true that are clearly not true. I mean, we're taught that we live on a ball. Have you ever questioned it? Have you ever? No, you haven't. You were told before you had the ability to think. You were told by your teachers. There was a globe in front of your classroom. Sesame Street had astronauts on it and globes on it. And
well, let me ask you one thing. So the experiment that they did in Antarctica, maybe we should just start describing that.
Okay, cool. So the sound appears to be working well. Like I said, YouTube's just been acting up like crazy. But okay, so apparently everything works. So I also forgot to mention, Shiva Ayyaduirai invented email. So this is no dummy. This is no dummy. This isn't like just a random scientism priest goof who just, followed orders from above. Shiva Ayyaduirai is no dummy. Not to mention he's pretty anti-establishment in a lot of areas. Now, there is some debate. I forgot which episode I went over this on, but I did talk about... So he was one of two people who invented email. So there was another guy who supposedly... I mean, they were kind of in competition with each other. But anyway... This is no dummy. And this is not, a random scientism cultist bootlicker. And, yeah, South to West, I'm going to address that in a second. So, South to West said, notice how he jumps right away to the Antarctica experiment. And you are correct in putting experiment in quotations because you would think he would know what an experiment is. But, and this is another fascinating aspect we're going to get into. Shiva Ayyaduirai is obviously a very intelligent individual. And he's not a scientism cultist bootlicker. He's not. So that's what makes... I was so interested in listening to this discussion, debate, conversation, whatever you want to call it, just because of who he is. I mean, this guy's an anti-establishment powerhouse. He's not a go-along-with-the-crowd bootlicker, like the typical, quackademics or, non-quackademics that Flat Earth Dave usually talks to. Oh, Big Pine Sailing. Yeah, you didn't know that he invented email? So he was one of two guys who supposedly invented email in parallel. Now, obviously, the military probably had something similar before him, but... Again, he was smart enough to develop his own version of email. Oh, you never heard of him? Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, he's like anti-GMO, anti-certain medical treatments. Leave it at that. Seabass516 says, I think Shiva is a plant. And anyone else think it's funny Flat Earth Dave makes FED as an acronym? Oh man, that's kind of funny. Are you saying you think Flat Earth Dave is a plant? See, one of many reasons I don't think Flat Earth Dave is a shill or a plant. First of all, he just seems like a nice guy. I mean, whereas there's other personalities, like no offense to Jaren, but there's other personalities where you could make a plausible argument that they're shill-like, if not a shill. Like, you know, on the other hand, you could say that's what makes him the perfect shill, but here's why I think he's probably not a shill. His level of output. I mean, how much would they have to pay him for him to do this many interviews? Scott Hawkins says the best plants hide in plain sight and will never be found out. That's true. That's true. But how many of them are going to work round the clock? Like the amount of money, like how many interviews has Flat Earth Dave done? I mean, just the amount of interviews this guy has done, and you know, I've corresponded with him over email, and he just seems very gracious and like an actual human being. Now you could think, okay, the perfect shill would be like that, but they're really not though. When you look at confirmed shills, they're not like that at all. So, yeah. Big Pine Sailing says there is plenty of opportunities for corruption that plants are not essentially necessary. That's also true, and also people can be paid off at a later time. So I think a lot of individuals didn't start off as shills and became shills. One of the most fascinating studies on this is former FBI head Ted Gunderson. A lot of people think he's a shill. I'm still not sure he was ever a shill at all. But, yeah, some people think he was. Scott Hawkins says, confirmed shills aren't the best and have slipped up. Yeah, no, that's true, but I'm talking about their personality. Like, they weren't these super down-to-earth nice guys, for the most part. Now, Shiva's not that either, so you could try to make an argument he's a shill. He invented email, so you could say, okay, was he MK Ultra'd early in life? I mean, this MIT guy, like, MIT's a breeding ground for shills and MK Ultra subjects. So yeah, you could definitely make the case he possibly is MK Ultra controlled without his knowledge. You could definitely make a case for that. He does have some interesting personality quirks as well. Again, I'm not attributing that to MK Ultra, but apparently, I mean, I've watched quite a few videos of Shiva. Like I said, I was a pretty big fan before this interview. And I'll get to all of that in a second. He doesn't really seem to have a fractured psyche or multiple personalities like a lot of confirmed MK Ultra subjects. Seabass516 says most confirmed shills aren't part of the Brotherhood though. But again, I don't know about Dave. I just think Shiva is a UN agent the fake alt-right talked about in Conspiracy Theory with Mel Gibson. The movie Mel Gibson or the Mel Gibson Illuminati interview, which we went over here on Mindshock. Did you check that out? I'm still not 100% on Mel Gibson either. I mean, here's the thing though. Human nature, I'm not 100% on him being a shell, especially from that interview. Like, possibly scared. They possibly scared him out of his mind, especially in that interview, if you haven't checked that out on Mindshock. Like, all the cuts and the shiftiness that happened after those cuts. He seemed extremely afraid by the end of that interview, but not at the beginning of the interview. But anyway, yeah, I mean, people are complex. Human personalities are complex. So we shouldn't fall for these false dichotomy logical fallacies where someone's a shill or they're not a shill. Someone might have certain knowledge that makes them afraid and behave in a shill-like manner. Seabass516 says Gibson is Kabbalah worshiper, the red bracelet, they are all in Hollywood. Well, that's another interesting subject. The Kabbalah. Some people believe it's not that black and white. Like, people who practice Kabbalah could be good guys or bad guys. Kind of like the occult. Just because something is occulted doesn't make it bad or good. It's been secreted. It's occulted. There's negative aspects and positive aspects. Welcome, Nominal Matari Sensei. Are you ever going to finish the Professor Dave and Witsit debate? Yeah, I'll do that next. It's just this one, like, I took a break from that, and then I had to get the whole archive up, and then someone emailed me this and put the urgency on it. The other one was already broken up. But yeah, no, I'm going to finish that one next. So that'll be the next flat Earth debate. So I just wanted to get this one in because it had a lot of attention and it was more recent. So, okay, let's address who mentioned how he starts off. South to West mentioned this. Yes. Is Shiva actually interested in a logical, intellectual, an intellectually honest discussion, a science-based, intellectually honest discussion here? And for him to come right off the bat with that and incorrectly call it an experiment, unless he's just that lazy. I mean, okay, let's give him an out here. If he's that lazy and he just saw the title of that come up, perhaps he just assumed it was an actual experiment because it's called experiment. And he's just, either he's lazy or he's so busy he didn't have time to verify. Is that possible? Let's not burn him at the stake right off the bat. Let's give him let's play devil's advocate here. Maybe he's still going to be intellectually honest, but that is a good point. Why would he automatically want to start with that unless he's seen some anti-flat earth grifter videos on how supposedly the flat earth experiment destroys flat earth, and he wants to lead with that instead of even like a basic courtesy introduction of, oh, Flat Earth Dave, how did you come to this? How did you, like, there's not even any courtesy. He immediately wants to jump to what the anti-Flat Earth grifters are hallucinating somehow disproves Flat Earth. And again, I'm not claiming anything is true or untrue. It's just the goofs always directly jump to that.
It wasn't an experiment. It was an observation of a light in the sky. And that light in the sky is actually an impossible light that doesn't make any sense. So the question is, if you're trying to build a house, do you go and measure the ground or do you measure the sky? Right? You measure the ground. Looking up at the lights in the sky, you can, the globe model was based off of the angles of the lights in the sky. And we can get into that. But the lights in the sky make no sense. Let's get into it because I'll show you how impossible the globe is. It's totally impossible. Here's the thing. Everyone has the same story. When I was first, I was doing a conspiracy podcast and people brought up flat Earth.
Are we live? Are you recording?
We're recording, sure, and I'll start wherever. So, welcome, Dr. Shiva, or I'm on your show. I'm not sure which one it is, but we're having two conversations, two grown men having a conversation about the realm that we live in. And
Dave, what do you put it up on what, YouTube or
YouTube.
Facebook?
YouTube.
Okay.
All right. I normally let you. Excuse me, I'm losing my voice a little bit, so I've done a lot of interviews. I normally you put it up and then I share your version. That way you get all the new views because we have a large audience.
Doesn't matter. Like, we're fine. You can put it up.
Yeah,
That's
I don't care. I'm not monetized or anything. I normally just try to put it up. So you're brand new to this topic. I know that people have been hounding you in your chat saying, hey, have you looked into flat Earth? And you agreed to have me on. So that's awesome. Thanks for having an open mind. And
I think about a year ago, David, just to give you an update.
Yeah.
So there's two positions I have on this, right? Mm-hmm. One is people should just collectively agree on an experiment, a very detailed experiment. And then people should go do the experiment and they should accept the results of that experiment. So it should be, from a science basis, a verifiable experiment, right?
Right.
So here's one of my biggest issues with Shiva here. There's not even a willingness to just have a discussion. He immediately goes to, not only are people even going to be capable of agreeing on an experiment, but that they all have to accept the results no matter what, as if they can't do multiple different experiments, as if there's only one way to prove something. I mean, it's just so weird. I don't want to call it disingenuous per se, because, I mean, it's definitely a good idea to do that, but if he's this new, maybe he should just let Dave talk for a little bit. Like, what kind of an experiment does he mean? Like the Bedford water experiment? I mean, there's so many experiments that technically there's additional variables that aren't accounted for. So would it prove anything either way? Like, if he's not familiar, because a lot of these experiments have already been done, but he doesn't even, it's like he has no interest in having an actual good faith discussion of any kind. Like, is he not curious on how did it even come to this? Like what is going on with this topic, with this conspiracy? He immediately he takes like a third grade classroom approach where, like, let's not actually discuss anything. Let's pigeonhole one experiment only, and we all have to agree to the results. Like, there's no such thing as unknown variables. Like, you would think a man of science, and one, I mean, this is such basic science, but one experiment is never to be even accepted because it could be anomalous. Like, you never go with one. Like, you need multiple experiments to prove something, and one experiment could actually have deviating results. That's why you don't put all your eggs in one experiment basket, because for whatever reason, the construction of the experiment or the variables at play, there could be more I mean, it's like anything. There could always be, there's outliers. So you can never only have one. You need to do 100 experiments. So it's almost, all of this almost feels disingenuous from Shiva. Like, why not have a good faith discussion and then come up with several different experiments? Like, none of this makes any sense. I mean, to the listeners in the chat, like, what are your thoughts on this? Because that's the first thing that kind of jumped out at me. He wants only one, as if so let me play the opposite of devil's advocate. Let me not give him the benefit of the doubt here. Is his whole intention to make Flat Earth Dave look stupid and construct an experiment he knows is not gonna prove a flat Earth, and then force Dave to accept that one experiment only? I mean, I don't know. It's just weird. Like, for a man of science to take this approach to this kind of discussion is very strange. It's just very strange. I mean, I can't really make sense of it if he's not disingenuous. If he's an honest individual having a good faith discussion, why would he choose this strategy? It doesn't make any sense. It just doesn't make any sense. Welcome, Nominal, in the chat here. Kill the bank in the house. Where have you been? Billy says, feels like he wants to just belittle Dave, cuts him off, and body language seems like he thinks of Dave as a scumbag or something. Yeah, his body language looks, to me, it just looks impatient. It doesn't necessarily look standoffish, but why is he wearing, is that a leather jacket or some kind of light parka? I mean, does he not have heating where he's at? I mean, I would think a man of his accomplishments and stature, like, he's got some kind of money. Like, can he not afford heat? What's going on with Shiva Ayyaduirai's, where he's streaming from? I don't know. Let's continue here.
Right. So yeah, you're
the other thing.
Go ahead.
The other thing that I've shared is that, for me, right, we know there are infinite number of things that the swarm lies about. Many things. Mm-hmm. So the issue is, we could talk about this. We could talk about a whole bunch of things. My question also, question is, what do people want to do about it? You say?
Yeah. So
and
we're going to get into that.
To me, one has to build a bottoms-up movement of working people to address this.
Sure.
There's a lot of people grift off a whole bunch of stuff, and they have no interest in building any type of movement to get to truth, freedom, health.
Okay, so now I'm not 100% sure if he's disingenuous here. If he has this image in his head that flat earthers are just these random people who just complain on YouTube, I mean, they're the ones. I mean, look at the amount of experiments people are uploading on YouTube. Experiments, observations, hot air balloon footage. They're doing all of this work to actually try to get to the truth. He's pretending they're not. So it looks like he's pissed off because of his assumption that there are no flat earthers that get out there and do experiments, like all these laser tests across large bodies of water, just the countless videos with different cameras, long range photography. Like, they're out there doing all this work, and he either assumed they're not. I mean, I'm not sure if it's disingenuous. Maybe someone he trusted told him certain things, and he did this whole interview based on those false assumptions, which is actually idiotic. I mean, if he's a smart guy, why would you ever do that? But yeah. Kill the Bank says he believes that he's smart, that Dave couldn't possibly know something he doesn't, in my opinion. Yeah, I can't disagree there. That's probably true, but I'm not sure that he's doing this whole interview with that as his main thought, because he knows a lot of other people are going to be listening to this interview. That's why he's doing it. So I'm sure he thinks he's way smarter than Dave. But for him, because he knows there's a lot of people that are going to watch this. And you would think he would kind of care how he came off. Because right now, it looks like he just built all these assumptions and is doing this entire interview based on those assumptions instead of having an honorable, good faith conversation with another human being. Because, I mean, it's okay, we could say a lot of things about Bryant Myers, but at least Bryant Myers, at least at the beginning, was good faith. I'm sure Bryant Myers thought he was way smarter than Austin Whitsitt and Flat Earth Dave, at least at the beginning of their debate, discussion, whatever you want to call it. And it was good faith. Bryant Myers engaged in good faith, at least at the beginning. Shiva's not even doing that. So it's pretty weird. Billy says, seems more combative than willing to have a discussion, as Dave suggested. Yes. He does seem very combative here. It's almost like people told him things about Dave or Flat Earthers and he just believed them. And he's going off of those impressions and assumptions instead of being a man of science. Instead of being objective, logical, and neutral going into this and being scientifically skeptical, just being curious by nature, which any scientist should be. He's being the opposite of that here.
Well, we're trying to do that. We're trying to build that movement, and they're trying everything they can to stop us. Because this is the one that breaks us free from the matrix. You can't, there's a lot of things going on in the world with child trafficking and homelessness and wars and everything else. And people say, Dave, why are you focusing on flat earth? And the reason is because if you don't know where you live, who you are, what this place is, if you don't know that you're at the center of creation, that you have great power, then you can't do anything. You're lost in space, spinning out of control, and you're powerless. People think that governments rule over them. Nothing rules over you other than God, right? And so people don't realize they have free will. People just think that they're are stuck in this slave system, and the globe is a prison for your mind, right? And think about this. When people search flat earth, they come up with this. This is stupid, okay? No flat earther thinks that earth is this, but this is what they want you to think. Like if you Google, hey, top 10 reasons the earth could be flat, Google's going to deliver you top 10 reasons the earth is a globe. Because
I still can't tell here if Shiva is actually listening or just pretending to. Seabass, I don't think Flat Earth Dave said that it was more important. He said there was all this bad stuff going on, and in order to break free from it and the control that it has over your mind, and, subvert the entire system, enabling all the evil, in his opinion, I'm guessing this, Flat Earth Dave, if you're listening, you can correct it. In his opinion, knowing the truth about the shape of the earth would solve a lot of those problems. Not that those other problems are more important than knowing the shape of the Earth. Scott Hawkins says, he looks like he's formulating his response already instead of listening to everything first. It's kind of hard to tell. It really is. Like, he's got a decent poker face here. This isn't like a Craig or a Soy Lodge type of goof. Like, we're dealing with an actual intelligent man here. Now, whether he's honest or dishonest or, whether he's disingenuous or not sure about that. But he's definitely an intelligent individual. This is not a Craig or a Soy Lodge or even a PhD Tony. Like, he's not one of those goofs. This isn't goofery. Billy says, has to be uncomfortable for Dave, and applause for Dave for to keep level-headed. Yeah, Dave, Flat Earth Dave actually is pretty good in a lot of these, whether it's heated or not. Has anybody ever seen Flat Earth Dave rage quit or melt down? I don't believe I've ever seen that. Matari Sensei says, LMAO PhD Tony. Let me interject here. No offense to PhD Tony, but I actually made a collage of some of his best arguments. So let me throw that up right now, just for kicks. Or not. Why is it not? Oh, YouTube. I don't think I uploaded it on this channel, but it was on the old Mindshock channel. Huh, why is it? Huh, that's so weird. It was such a funny video, too. What? This is so annoying. Why is it not? Hold on a second. Now I'm really annoyed and I really want to get it on the screen. Actually, I think I know how to do it. Just gonna have to redo the metadata. Who here has seen my PhD Tony's Best Arguments video? I think I can get it. It's gonna take a minute, but YouTube's really annoying me now. The more difficult it makes it, the more I need to put it on the screen. Even if it takes longer. We will not be denied. Actually, I might have another faster way. Seabass says, that could be what he's thinking, but I don't really see how knowing whether flat globe, paleo, whatever is needed to stop the situations like Franklin, Boys Town, all this from happening. I don't think he's saying it's needed. It's just, especially for a lot of the coincidence theorist bootleggers who don't even, they don't even think those are real, per se. Whereas if they knew about flat Earth, even the flat Earth theory, they might know that already. So it's kind of like a conspiracy hierarchy, a conspiracy awareness hierarchy. Give me a second here. We got to get this video up of PhD Tony's best arguments here. Oh, I actually had 2 videos of his best arguments. Okay. Is it really gonna make me re-render all of them? It's quite annoying. Quite annoying. Why does YouTube make everything so difficult? try one more thing. Just bear with me. I think Steven Seagal should moderate more of these flat Earth topics. Okay, here we go. I got the first video. This is gonna work. It better work. Why is it not working? Okay. Oh man. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Alright, one step at a time here. Okay. Okay, so I don't think I might have never released the second video, but here is the first. Alright, here we go. So these are the absolute best arguments I could find from PhD Tony.
In this on a number of and the so well it's at a and is a no yeah and
I literally
no,
which makes sense on maybe a
no because the you and we don't. That's my time.
So clearly there's a big difference amongst PhDs within Quackademia. Quackademia produces quite the gamut of scientism goofs. Quite the gamut. And PhD Tony sure is on one side of that gamut. Chin Chin says, Scott Hawkins says, I'm convinced. Chin Chin says, PhD Tony has got me convinced as well. I mean, that's the best I could find. I mean, if I misrepresented him, my apologies, but that's the best I could find. That's the absolute best. Matari Sensei says his command of logic is astounding. And look at his emotional meltdowns. Like, again, look at Shiva Ayyaduirai. This is an intelligent man. He's not emotionally, emotionally he doesn't appear to be emotional about any of this. So, yeah. All right, so let's continue. I just wanted to highlight the difference among PhDs and intelligent versus non-intelligent people in flat Earth debate.
Because they don't want you finding the true information of this world. You asked me before when I first got into it. I went into it with a bad attitude. I went in, I'm just going to disprove flat Earth, prove the globe, and I tried for weeks to find proof of the globe, but I couldn't. And the more I looked, the worse it got. And then I realized, oh my God, the Earth is not a globe. And then I was afraid to even talk about it because I'm like, oh my God, all of the other work I've done on all of the other deceptions is going to be discredited. But then I realized this is the truth. I have to do it. Back in 2014, when I was doing that, nobody was really open for a discussion on flat Earth. It's like, you're nuts. But now people like yourself, other people are all doing it. You had an interview with Owen Benjamin. He fought it like tooth and nail. But now he's full on. He knows we don't live on a globe, right? I mean, this is 127,000 feet up, right? Whenever we send a balloon up, the Earth is white. Okay, it's white because of the thickness of the atmosphere, right? But NASA shows us these color graphic pictures of Earth. They're in Technicolor, right? Look at this light here. It's a local light. It's lighting up this area right here, right? It's darker over here because this is a local light. What is it? We don't know, right? But it's a local light for sure. It can be proven that. And we live on this realm. Now, we're going to be talking about where we live in this incredibly large system. And we live on this dielectric plane inside a toroidal field, right? And so we're going to be talking about 1% of what this world is. And that's where we live, on the 1%, the dielectric plane. The Earth is supposedly rotating at 1,000 miles an hour below this balloon, right? 1,000 miles an hour to the east. This balloon is disconnected from the Earth. It's nearly in space, if that's a real thing. And when it came down, it landed east of where it took off. It should have landed. It was up for over 3.5 hours. It should have landed 3,000 miles out west in the ocean.
What balloon are you talking about, Dave?
This shot right here is just a weather balloon. Went up to 100.
Yeah, so let's just go to
20,000 feet.
Let's take time out here. Let's just take first principles. Okay.
Yep.
Let's just go to very simple first principles.
Sure.
Okay. And let's go to the basic scientific method.
So, again, to me, this just screams cowardice. I mean, this is not stupidity. This is not goofery. This isn't PhD Tony or Soy Lodge or Craig of Fight the Flat Earth or Simon Dan or Professor Dave. This isn't, or that Dave McKeegan goof. This isn't vegetative goofery, which we usually see in Flat Earth debate. This is an intelligent man. And this just looks like pure, unadulterated cowardice. It's almost like he's terrified to even engage with anything Flat Earth Dave is saying. Now, the cause of the terror, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's he doesn't want to fumble arguing points against the Flat Earther, like Flat Earth Dave. I'm not sure if it's he's terrified of looking bad and fumbling here, or if it's just sheer terror in his own mind of what if some of these basics aren't actually true? Like, what if he was lied to? What if he took that on faith? A man of this stature with this kind of ego, a man who claims he's invented email, I mean, I think he kind of did, at least some version of email. Could he handle not knowing the shape of the Earth? So is this terror not even directed at Flat Earth Dave? But I don't see anything other than cowardice here. Because what does the scientific method have to do with what it looks like, what this footage looks like on a hot air balloon? What is first principles of the scientific method have to do with if there's a claimed curvature and it's not actually there? Now, it's nice, obviously it's nice to know the scientific method. I mean, it's the bedrock of actual real science. But you have to actually get curious before you even use it, right? You have to have some kind of honest curiosity. Otherwise, what is the use for it? The scientific method's a tool. It's like a hammer. I talk about this all the time. You can use it correctly or incorrectly. But if you're not even interested in building a house, like you wouldn't even hold a hammer for any purpose. So where's the honest curiosity to even utilize the scientific method? Like, where is that? So, again, just to make this easy, let me put up the preschool, kindergarten level definitions here so we can all follow. I am kind of curious, is it possible that Shiva gets this wrong in his sheer terror of engaging? So again, scientific method, this is kindergarten level here. So I'm not putting up anything difficult. I don't know if Tsutsaka's here, but hopefully even he can keep up with this scientific method. We all know Craig can't. We all know Craig of Fight the Flat Earth. He can't even keep up with the preschool level here. I mean, this is preschool through kindergarten. So here's the actual chart. This is an actual preschool chart. I know it says kindergarten here. Let me bring up. Let me get the receipts here. I know there's people gonna say this is kindergarten level. Now I want to set the record straight here. We're using a preschool chart here. This is not even kindergarten level. Just give me a second. Let me get the receipt up here. Because I actually got this chart from preschool teaching materials here. Okay, here we go. earlylearningideas.com, the scientific method for preschool kids. This is not even kindergarten level. The one all the way on the right, that's from a kindergarten one. But this one right here is preschool level. So, let's see if Shiva Ayyaduirai has this straight. Chin Chin saying, yeah, him avoiding the discussion of the baseline observations while trying to touch base is ironic. Exactly. Is he aware of the irony? Is he just that disingenuous he doesn't care? Oh man. All right. Let's continue here. Let's see, because I'm curious as to what he's gonna say about this. And he's just so cowardly avoiding any real discussion. Like, it's so obvious. Like, he's that terrified of losing argument points to Flat Earth Dave.
So let's review what the scientific method is. What is the scientific method?
Observable, repeatable, testable, with an independent variable and a fixed variable. Something that's done in nature.
Well, no, that's not what the scientific method. Let's just follow what is the scientific method. What's the first step in the scientific method?
You tell me where you want to go with this.
Well, I think we need to follow the framework, what we're going to use to get to truth.
Sure.
So the scientific method, because otherwise it's just everyone's just talking over each other.
Sure.
The scientific method says first you come up with a hypothesis.
Okay. I'm still not going to say he's stupid here. Even though it is interesting that a guy with all of these degrees and an MIT PhD doesn't even know the scientific method. Hypothesis is not step one. Hypothesis, I've seen it cited as step 2 before. Here it's cited as step 3. But either way, it's never step 1. Because you can't come up with a hypothesis about something if you don't even know what you're going to come up with a hypothesis about. So his timeout, I mean, he needs a timeout here to review the scientific method. Because, I mean, you know what's also kind of ironic? He's so terrified of looking stupid that he made himself look even more stupid. Because he was so terrified of honestly engaging with Dave in any kind of discussion that he wanted to shift the conversation. He wanted to, this is literally a diversion logical fallacy. It is literally textbook diversion fallacy. He wanted to diversion fallacy his way into something that he's comfortable with, but he probably hasn't taught the scientific method in quite some time. I mean, a lot of high-level people, and regardless of what field. I mean, if you take any field at the highest level, some of the guys actually did forget, what you would learn in year one, because they don't necessarily, like, even if they use it, they might not be able to recite it off the bat. It becomes almost like muscle memory, where, if he's laying out some paperwork, it's like autopilot stuff. So when he actually stops to think about it, like right now, he got it wrong, and this was all because he was so terrified of looking stupid, he just made himself look even more stupid. I mean, he doesn't even know the first step in the scientific method. I mean, this is sad. This is sad. In most places, it's step 3. So this is just Education 101. I don't know, I forgot what level this is. This might be K through 12, so this might be all the way through high school. So, or it's step 2 here. On some charts, it's step 3. But it's never step 1, because you cannot construct a hypothesis without observation. So he is so completely wrong. Now, yes, the scientific method can be defined where, the observation, some of them kind of fuse observation and questioning together. But either way, the hypothesis is never first. It would either be second or third, depending on how you're breaking up the scientific method. So this is not a good look for Shiva. So again, it's kind of ironic. It's so ironic that in trying not to look stupid, he made himself look even more stupid. Because what are you constructing a hypothesis about? You need to know what you're constructing the hypothesis about before you construct a hypothesis. I mean, this is just these are such obvious basics. Like, I would expect, and obviously, goofs like Craig, they're so vegetative, they think observations are the experiment itself. But here, like, I would expect goofs like Craig, Sartain, or all those goofs to not know what the scientific method is. But a guy, and some of those goofs even pretend it's not important. Here, Shiva knows how important it is, but he doesn't actually know the steps. Not a good look for Shiva.
Step 1.
Sure.
You can have a hypothesis that the Earth is round, or the Earth is flat, or the Earth is whatever, multidimensional. Okay.
You know what else is really funny is that Dave was actually following the scientific method, because he's actually talking about the observations from the balloon. Shiva interrupted him to say, let's go to the scientific method. Flat Earth Dave was already on it. He was following it more than Shiva. I mean, in his cowardice. I mean, see, this is the thing. Again, I'm not going to call him stupid. I do not think Shiva Ayyaduirai is stupid. He's probably one of the most intelligent people in the West. I mean, he's very, very intelligent. Now, obviously, intelligent people have blind spots. I did a whole podcast on that. Even Ben Shapiro haters. I mean, he's a smart guy. He's got a lot of blind spots, though. Hold the line in the chat here. Oh, snap, they got Shiva to debate Flat Earth. No, but this is what's funny. Flat Earth Dave was actually following the scientific method. He was talking about the observations. Shiva, with his hubris, this is a good lesson in hubris for Shiva. Because Shiva just assumed he was so much smarter than Dave. And he's so much smarter than pretty much everybody, which is kind of true. I don't even think Flat Earth Dave would say he's smarter than Shiva. That doesn't make anybody wrong or right about something, necessarily, obviously. Like, Flat Earth Dave I don't think he would consider himself the super genius of any kind that could invent email and do all these super genius things. But what's funny is, like, a lot of really intelligent people, they do have blind spots, and a lot of times those blind spots are basics. So Flat Earth Dave was following the scientific method more than Shiva. Shiva interrupts him with so much hubris. He calls time out, and in his hubris, he didn't even recall the scientific method correctly, something preschoolers can do with these preschool worksheets. I mean, again, I'm not trying to make Shiva look bad or anything, but I just wanted these preschool charts on the screen just so everybody could understand what's going on here psychologically. I don't think this is sheer goofery. I think this is just plain old cowardice and hubris.
Not Earth, it's maybe 15th dimensional, whatever that is, okay? Then the next thing you do, you agree that you're going to do an experiment.
Sure.
The methodology of an experiment, step 2.
So another, somebody, Flat Earth Dave, I know he's really polite. He should have called time out on Shiva here. Why are you even doing a hypothesis or an experiment if you haven't made observations that maybe match or don't match and you haven't questioned something? Because you need to observe and question in order to even necessitate a hypothesis or experiment. Like, because why would you be even hypothesizing or experimenting if everything matches? So what Shiva was too cowardly to even have a good faith discussion about, what are the observations? Because he's advocating for the scientific method while not following it. Flat Earth Dave here wants to talk about some observations. He wants to engage with the first step of the scientific method. But Shiva presupposed and assumed Flat Earth Dave was so stupid and he was so smart. He presupposed that he's so smart, there's no way he could get the scientific method wrong, so he's just talking really quick and really fast, trying not to make himself look stupid, while making himself look even stupider than if he had just decided to have a good faith discussion. The irony here is just absolutely off the charts. And another issue with the experiment, again, if the variables, if you can't, I also don't hear him talking about the independent and dependent variable. Because is it even possible to construct a conclusive experiment without being a third party? Like, for example, if you want to take a photo of the Earth, how far away do you need to get? Like, you want to take a photo of the Earth and the Moon and Mars, because let's say, you know, if you're trying to prove the heliocentric model correct, how far back do you need to go? Is it even feasible? Is it even regardless of whether it's true or untrue? If you don't even know if it's feasible, like how would this even be done? But again, Shiva is so lost here in his cowardice. He's refusing to do step 1 of the scientific method, the observations. He's refusing to observe and question. He's refusing to engage with what would necessitate a hypothesis in the first place. It looks like he's so concerned with making Flat Earth Dave look stupid and showing off that he doesn't even realize he doesn't have the scientific method correct.
Mm-hmm.
Then you gather data from that experiment.
Sure.
Okay, and you agree what data you're going to gather.
Sure.
So once that's step 3 in the scientific method, once you gather that data, you organize that data, and then you produce a model from that data, what that data gives.
Sure.
I mean, I just really can't figure out Shiva here. It's almost like he doesn't know they're talking about flat Earth or globe Earth or whatever, shape of the Earth. Like, how would a single experiment even produce enough data to have a complete model of any kind. You'd have to do dozens and dozens of experiments. And how would the establishment would never accept the results of the experiment anyway. Again, somebody should call timeout on Shiva again, because if you have scientism priests trying to do an experiment utilizing, for example, Einstein's relativity, that's going to be an issue. Because if he's not aware of the fraud of Einstein's relativity and the fraud in physics and science over the past century, I mean, he's clearly aware of all the fraud in modern times with like GMOs and all the stuff that he's involved with. He's aware of that. But is he aware of the fraud in physics itself? Einstein, Tesla, all that came before. Is he not aware of all of the countless experiments already done, like, for example, to prove the motion of the Earth? Perhaps Flat Earth Dave should have taken a page out of Austin Witz's book, and even my own book. I think was the first person talking about how geocentrism should be the starting point, not flat Earth. Because if the Earth isn't spinning, that's an issue. And he could have kind of kept Shiva from the cowardice, because there's already been tons of experiments regarding whether the Earth is moving or not. And obviously how feasible and reliable those experiments are in the first place. But then at least Shiva wouldn't be able to cower away like he's doing now.
If that data matches your hypothesis, you say, great, I believe I have something here that's true.
All right, let's do it. I have one right here. Sure.
Let's just go through, because a lot of people didn't learn this in third grade.
Yeah.
And I don't think the educational system teaches this anymore.
Third grade? These are preschool. There's a preschool and a kindergarten chart of the scientific method on the screen right now, and Shiva doesn't even know it. Now, I'm pretty sure Shiva did learn it. And I don't know how much I would say they still teach it. They probably spend less time on it than, gender studies at this point. But I would think they still teach it. I mean, there's definitely teaching resources online, like the ones I have on the screen, that still go over it. And I believe the scientific method breakdown on the top left is a K through 12 breakdown. So I believe that's the same one they used through 12th grade. The one that Shiva got completely wrong. So, yeah, I mean, just the irony here off the chart. You could see how smug and arrogant Shiva is. It's like Shiva, his hubris is so insane, he didn't even consider the possibility that he could get it wrong, which is why he was so cavalier with the way he just spit it out, with no concern to whether or not it was accurate or not, because in his egotistical mind, he cannot conceive of a reality where he got it wrong, and Flat Earth Dave is on the right track, and he's on the wrong track with it. Because Flat Earth Dave was talking about the observations, which is step one, and that's what Shiva cowered away from and continues to cower away from.
And then if you prove that your data and that model matches your hypothesis, then you would do another experiment.
Correct.
And you iterate over and over and over again.
Correct.
And if you say that it's reproducing, and if you say at this point in time, based on the data we have a law that the Earth is XYZ. Okay.
Wait, how would that be a law? I mean, I guess it depends on what, like, how it would be defined. I suppose you can I mean, it depends on the definition. I mean, a scientific law, for example, is that dense objects fall down. So the law isn't that mass attracts mass. That's not the law. That's the theory. The law is the object falling. A lot of people don't understand that difference. They hallucinate that the theory must be true because of the law. The law doesn't give you a reason. A scientific law is simply something that always happens. So it's, I mean, it can be described many different ways, but basically a phenomena that always happens. And that's why it's called the law, because it's definite. Obviously based on, the variables. If you're in a vacuum or, you're doing some kind of electrostatic manipulation. But basically, in whatever environment, in your defined environment, if something always happens, it's a law. That doesn't tell you why it happens. That would be the theories behind it. So, I'm not sure you would use a law to describe the shape of the Earth. Yeah, I don't know. I've never heard that referred to in academia by anybody. For example, you have the geocentric theory or heliocentric theory. So, Eric Emin in the chat. Get him, Bruce. Couldn't believe Shiva in the... Yeah, this is tough. This is really tough to watch. Flatbob says, I didn't know who Shiva was before this podcast. I'll now never see him as anything other than a narcissistic prick. He's actually really smart. How many times have I said that about somebody? Shiva is actually really smart. This just illustrates blind spots and hubris. Like, his hubris is so off the charts. Unlike other goofs, like, look at the hubris of, for example, Craig of Fight the Flat Earth. That's undeserved hubris. Because Craig, I mean, he's practically a vegetable. Or a PhD Tony. I mean, these are borderline vegetables with hubris. Shiva actually earned a lot of his hubris because he actually really is smart. I mean, this is a really smart guy. I know it doesn't look like it here because his hubris has consumed him. And this is why the ancient Greeks, if they were ancient, whatever, this is why a lot of their myths and legends, they always had these lessons about hubris. The pride cometh before the fall. And it doesn't matter how smart you are, Shiva obviously very smart, your hubris can be your downfall. Chin Chin says, this one threw me off because when I saw the thumbnail and read the title on Dave's channel, I was like, hell yeah, a good convo finally, yet I was utterly disappointed. Yeah, I mean, I will say this definitely wasn't the usual goofery, though. Like, this was cowardice instead of goofery. We haven't seen it quite done like this before. But, yeah, I mean, let's continue. I mean, this is kind of painful. I mean, I wonder if Shiva watches this with these preschool scientific method charts. Like, how did he get the scientific method wrong? I mean, it's like, this is just such a great lesson in hubris. Like, it's actually mind-shocking that a man, like, see, again, with Craig, a Fight the Flat Earth, or all these other goofs, you're almost expecting them to get it wrong and not know what it is. But it's actually kind of shocking that Shiva got this wrong, isn't it? Chin Chin says, I really hope this clip reaches him. Well, he said he would do a follow-up with Dave, so hopefully Dave shows this to him.
Okay.
Got it.
So let me give you an example so let's just set the framework of science here. Or we agree the framework's not true. First, in biological and engineering systems, you manipulate a system of some kind, then you measure the data from that system, and then you mine that data, and then you model it.
Like shooting a laser across a lake or a frozen lake. Like doing all of this long-range photography in different atmospheric conditions. All this stuff which has already been done. Like the Michelson-Morley experiment. I mean, all this stuff that has already been done. Shiva really should talk to Austin Whitsitt, particularly about ether. That'll be an interesting convo. Because Austin wouldn't let him get away with this. Flat Earth Dave is just too nice of a guy. Also, Shiva's really high profile. I mean, he's one of the most high profile guys I think Dave has talked to, other than Alex Jones. Shiva is really high profile, especially within the within the scientific community specifically. Not the physics community, but he's done a lot of stuff with GMOs, and again, he was very vocal regarding the 2020 event and all that entailed. Like, you know, he's a very intelligent guy. And so yeah, this Dave might just, you know, be giving him extra respect because of how high profile he is. But I don't think Austin would let him get away with any of this. He would have probably... I wonder, how does everybody think this conversation would go? As soon as Shiva brought up that step one is hypothesis, Austin would have tore him apart. How would Shiva have responded when it was pointed out? I mean, and this whole thing is almost hilarious because there's hot air balloon footage. There's hot air balloon footage right on the screen in front of him, and he's just refusing to address the observation. Step one in the scientific method. Now, obviously, it doesn't necessarily prove anything, but he's refusing to even address step one. He's so enamored with the construction of an experiment, which he didn't even go into the dependent, independent variable, and control. He didn't even go into that. So he's not even being that accurate. Bubs in the chat says, Shiva's work absolutely amazing, and yet, once again, the shape of the Earth derails and triggers even the best of them. I don't think he's emotionally triggered, though. Like, he's relatively calm. I think this is cowardice. Because he's so afraid to look bad. I mean, he's just so terrified to look bad.
It's called the 4 M's.
Okay.
So manipulate, measure, mine, and model. If the model matches your hypothesis, you continue. If it doesn't, you have to throw away your hypothesis was false. It doesn't matter whether you're wearing a red hat, a blue hat, doesn't matter how wealthy you are, it doesn't matter if you're good looking or not, you're just fucking wrong.
Oh man, this is painful. I might have to walk back my statement on how smart Shiva is. Oh man, this is painful. So, obviously that was all appeal to humor fallacy, diversion logical fallacy, red herring logical fallacy. It doesn't mean you're wrong, and you don't have to throw away your hypothesis. It could mean the experiment was incorrectly constructed, and you could still be right. So, it's the same thing with logical fallacies. You can commit a fallacy and still be right. It doesn't mean you're wrong. Same thing with experiments. Unless you've truly accurately defined... I mean, the other main issue, I talk about this all the time, you're doing an experiment with fallible human technology. Whether it's even laser... I mean, I know they're pretty accurate, and, you know, you can kind of calculate the accuracy within the percent error, but you might be wrong about that calculation, right? According to Shiva, no. According to Shiva, it means you're expletive wrong. I mean, now we've moved into gophery. Now we have moved into gophery. I thought he could be contained to just pure cowardice. But we have moved into gophery.
Yep.
So,
I got one for you. I have one for you. An example.
No, but wait. Do you agree this is a scientific?
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
Okay. So now, if someone says the Earth is round, okay, or someone says the Earth is flat, they have to propose an experiment.
Let's do it.
That everyone agrees to. Okay.
Flat Earth Dave's just way too nice here. First of all, right here's the perfect opportunity for Dave to have asked, so what are these experiments that proved the Earth was a globe? Can you give them to me? Because I wonder what Shiva would say. And if he refused to answer in a cowardly fashion, then I'd have to ask, well, first of all, Shiva, are you a flat earther? Are you a flat earther or a globe earther? And then if Shiva refused to answer, because I'm trying to think how this would play out if Shiva wasn't too cowardly to have a real conversation. Like, if he wasn't a coward, how would this play out? Because I'm actually curious, because this is almost like a complete cheat. Like, we were cheated out of an actual discussion. Like, this is supposed to be a discussion about a flat earth, not a discussion about Shiva's incorrect recollection of what the scientific method is. Because that's what it turned into. Oh, man. How is Shiva gonna live this down? I mean, this is gonna be tough. Like, anybody that watches, like again, I'm not claiming the earth is flat. I'm not a flat earther. I don't know if I could claim definitively it's a globe either, but let's say, like, even really smart globe earthers, how are they going to view this? Because I don't know if I've ever seen a globe earther be this cowardly, either intelligent or not, as to actually avoid even discussing the shape of the earth. Because notice how Shiva, he's been so cowardly, he hasn't even spent a single second discussing the actual shape of the earth. Seabass516 says, he might be nice, but he also did challenge him to any experiment anytime would prove flat earth. Let's do it. It's almost like Shiva didn't hear him. I mean, I don't know. This is weird. This is so weird. Hold the Line says, so when they found out gravity didn't match the amount of mass in the universe question. Yeah, they didn't throw out the theory. I would have thrown that in his face as well. I mean, we really needed Austin on this one. We really needed Austin here. Because instead of throwing out the theory, they just made up dark matter and all this other stuff to make it fit. The post hoc logical fallacy, the reverse engineering fallacy, where you just fit everything after the fact to make it work even if it doesn't. I mean, that's what special relativity was in relation to relativity. They had to make it special. Scott Hawkins says, goofery. You love to hate to see it. Yeah, we've entered goofery land. I really didn't think Shiva would, though. I really didn't think he would. I mean, like I said, I skipped through it a little bit, and I saw mostly cowardice. But this is kind of disappointing. This is pretty disappointing.
Okay. I got it.
And then they go. So before we go there was a recent experiment that was done in Antarctica, right?
It was not an experiment. It was an observation of a light in the sky under very sketchy circumstances. Let me show you an experiment.
No. But that too. But Dave, that is an experiment because
it's not.
It is. An experiment is where you propose, even how you propose to observe data.
What? Now Shiva's just making a fool of himself. An experiment is not how you propose to observe data. What is he smoking? Does he look high to anybody? I don't know. Would that explain it? I mean, this guy's mentally gone at this point. It looks like he was checked out before he even started. Like, how is he going to live this down? An experiment is not how you propose to observe data. The observation comes first. Then you need to clearly delineate your variables with controls to exercise the experiment. It could still be wrong, but I mean, you know, that's the methodology. Not all experiments are equal. Not all experiments are equally valid or accurate. Then you have to analyze and make conclusions after the experiment. So a proposition of an observation is not the experiment itself. I mean, wow. Does anybody think Shiva actually watched this back? Oh man, I would love to see a video of Shiva's face watching not only, well, ideally I'd like to see it watching just the original interview back with Dave, just to see his reaction, and then also watching this. Because I really want to see the reaction here. Heracles says, isn't he a mathematician? He's a lot of doctors. I mean, this guy's highly intelligent in many different areas. Engineering, is it engineering, medicine, and math? And possibly, let me get all of his credentials here. I mean, it's a lot. Like, this is one of the few smart guys Quackademia has actually produced. There's not many of them. There's not many of them. So he's got 4 degrees from MIT bioengineering. Let's see what are all of them. And he also was one of the guys. He also supposedly invented email. I think he actually did. Even though there was another guy who also invented it independently around the same time. So computer science, systems biology. Wait, you guys are not going to believe this. You guys are not going to believe... Oh, man. Alright, hold on. I have to put this on the screen. Oh, this is who his partner was for a number of years. For those that don't know. I don't know why I find this so funny. Who recognizes this woman here? Who recognizes this woman on the screen? Oh, some people who don't know who this is. Come on, we got no 90s people in the house? This is Fran Dresser, the nanny. I don't know why I find this hilarious, but oh man. Wow. Wow. So after spending a few years with her, did her laugh cause him to forget the scientific method? Is that what happened? Did Fran Dresser cause Shiva Ayyaduirai, a once brilliant man, to forget what the scientific method was? Oh man, only on Mindshock, people, where we uncover it all. Hold the Line says that was another red flag for me. Pinto Sack said she really lowered the bar there. Chin Chin says, yes, that's exactly it, Bruce. Flat Bob says, keywords, once brilliant man. Yeah. Yeah, Hold the Line says, I think he actually holds the copyright to email, won it in a court battle. Now, let me confirm that. Yeah, there was something with that. Ayyaduirai also sued Gawker and TechDirt for defamation for disputing his account for inventing email. Both those lawsuits were settled. Okay, so he's from New Jersey, like Daniel LaRusso. Yeah, in 1982, he registered the copyright for the source code and user documentation for email. So his undergrad in MIT was electrical engineering and computer science. Masters in visual studies from MIT Media Laboratory on scientific visualization. Then he has another master's in mechanical engineering from MIT. Then he also has a PhD in biological engineering in systems biology. Okay. He also got the Fulbright U.S. Student Program grant to study the integration of Siddha, a system of traditional medicine developed in South India. Yeah, I mean, he was definitely a brilliant man at one point. Now, so okay, was there some kind of mass MK Ultra op where they incepted Fran Dresser into his mind and then through some kind of she was his handler. She was his MK Ultra handler. And she psyoped the brilliance out of his mind. Is that what happened? Hold the Line says, allegedly wrote the code when he was 13. Yeah. Pinto Sack says, isn't Shiva one of the Hindu gods? Yeah, I think it's a pretty popular name in India, though. But yeah, Shiva the Destroyer. Ivan Mecton says he hides it well. Man, this is crazy. This is literally the last person, because I've watched the TV show. Can you imagine? Like, think back, who's ever watched the Nanny TV show? Just imagine, like, this actress, she ends up with Shiva Ayyaduirai. I don't know, it's just crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. Also, for those that haven't seen was it on the Christmas episodes? We went over my favorite Christmas movie, which is Santa's Sleigh with Bill Goldberg, and she's in that as well. Just another coincidence. All right, well, let's get back to business here. Oh, man. That was funny. If you had told me to guess who his partner was, I mean, that would not even make the list. So apparently they were partners from 2014 to 2016. Interesting. Then Trump gets into office and they're no longer together? I don't know. What happened there? Because she's like a staunch Democrat, like most of these woke actor goofs. And he's a staunch Republican. So that's kind of interesting. Although apparently he was an independent before 2020. Although as soon as Trump gets into office, Fran Dresser, he's no longer with Fran Dresser. Like, how does a guy like this end up with Fran Drescher for however period of time? I mean, that's just... Does anybody find that weird? All right, let's get back to business.
Is an experiment, okay? You're saying, I'm going to do this, this, and this. I'm going to collect this data, and then I'm going to do this, this, and this to mine that data to model it. Right. So I haven't even looked into the math of this or any of this. You know, I have 4 engineering degrees, right? And this is what we do. Engineers can't lie like scientists can. Engineers have to build stuff that works.
Yep.
And so we have to live with the reality of natural laws. Otherwise, you can say all the shit you want, but if something you build doesn't work, it falls out of the sky.
Right.
So if you go...
I think that was another dig at Flat Earth Dave attempting to say that an airplane would fall out of the sky if you didn't know the shape of the Earth. Because obviously the shape of the Earth has really nothing to do with the aerodynamics of an airplane. I mean, even according to the official narrative, like, let's say hot air balloons were around in a time where some people thought the Earth was, I mean, depending on which historical narrative you're going by, but various airships, Vimana of ancient India, I mean, you even had the Mayans allegedly had, like, aircraft or whatever. I mean, do you really need to know the shape? I mean, they all had flat Earth cosmologies, but regardless of what the shape of the Earth is, do you need to know that to build an airplane? And why would it fall out of the sky if you got the shape of the Earth wrong? So that's obviously an incongruent argument logical fallacy, and also a divergent logical fallacy, and an appeal to extremes logical fallacy, and a false dichotomy logical fallacy, because, again, that's not even true. So we are firmly in the goofery now. So it's not just cowardice, a lot of goofery here. Lot of goofery. Hold the Line says, is that why they don't calculate curvatures? Flat Bob says, what do you build that requires you to account for 8 inches per mile squared? Pinto Sack says, appeal to authority. The argument wasn't specific enough for the authority, because he's kind of saying the scientific authority can lie, but the engineering authority can't. But it's not really appeal to authority because it's an incongruent argument. Because the mechanical engineers aren't theorizing. Like, if you're building something according to certain specifications, you don't need to know. I mean, look, again, all of these ancient civilizations built all of these incredible structures. So supposedly they had flat earth cosmologies according to the mainstream narrative, but again, you wouldn't need to know that. So it's more of an incongruent argument.
Go to the experiment that was done, and I believe some non-flat earther and a flat earther was involved in that. Can you describe what they agreed to do?
Well,
What
I'd rather talk about the shape of the Earth than the lights in the sky that nobody knows what they are or how far they are.
No, but just to educate people, some guy agreed to do this experiment with this guy, right?
No, they did not. No one agreed to do an experiment. They agreed to go make an observation of the sky and see what it told us.
Right, but that's an experiment, Dave.
Well, it's not, because the lights in the sky do not dictate the shape of the floor. Like, look up at the lights in your ceiling and tell me if they tell you what shape your floor is. Here's an experiment. Let me show you an experiment.
Let's not talk, Dave. Let's not talk analogies, because analogies in science don't work. Let's talk.
Wow, I didn't think he could lower the bar anymore. Analogies in science don't work? Of course they work. If it's a scientific analogy, if it's an analogy that matches scientific concepts, of course it works. If the scientific method's like a hammer, science is like a hammer. You can wield it correctly or incorrectly. You don't say the hammer says. The hammer can nail a nail into wood, or it can hit somebody ahead and kill them. Like, you could wield it in different ways. Of course analogies can work with science. So does he not know what an analogy is? So now he's stacking false premise logical fallacies, false dichotomy logical fallacies, hasty generalization logical fallacies. I mean, he's firmly in goofland now. And so he was trying to divert. What did they agree upon? What does their agreement have to do with anything? Does the experiment have an independent variable, a dependent variable, and a control? What people agree with these are objective aspects. These are the objective variables that need to be defined for the objective definitions of the scientific method, which he doesn't even know. He got all that wrong. I mean, wow. I mean, this is terrible. I mean, this is really terrible. Pinto Sack says, is Shiva wearing Michael J. Fox's jacket from Back to the Future too? Christopher Allen, Craig's logic? Nah, he's not anywhere near as dumb as Craig. Craig, I mean, we had to coin the Bigfoot mailbox fallacy for Craig. At least Shiva seems to be obsessing over what people agreed upon into the actual definitions of what an experiment is. Because how would the movement of the sun prove anything about anything? I mean, you could have multiple different theories. I mean, how are you going to verify this? Like, what's the control you're measuring against? Eric Iman says he knew Dave made a great point. Yeah, it could have been damage control spin. And again, ironically, he's so terrified of looking dumb, he's making himself look even dumber.
So I got you. So let me show you an experiment right here. If something doesn't curve, then it's what? If something does not curve, then it's flat.
Well, you have to define what curvature
is. If something
first.
has no curvature, then it's flat. Okay. Here is a lake, right? And we got a camera on a frozen lake. So large bodies of water at rest lie flat. When
I can't make out. No, Dave, stop. I don't know what you're showing me here.
I'm going to show you. You have to give me time to show you.
No, but what I'm saying is I haven't seen this experiment you're showing me.
But I'm going to show you, and then you can verify everything.
This reminds me of Bryant Myers. I'll look at it later. Well, send it to me. I won't look at it right now. I'll look at it later. Shiva is so cowardly. He can't even engage in a hypothetical. Like, let's assume what Dave is showing him is not accurate. Can he at least be intellectually honest enough to say, okay, let me assume what you're saying is true. What would that mean? So if it's true, does it mean something? Does it falsify something? But if he's that intellectually honest, he can't even engage in a hypothetical? Like, some people, like, within the field of psychology, a lot of debaters, I know Andrew Wilson does that. Like, he asks people, well, if you didn't have breakfast this morning, how would you feel? And if they can't really answer that hypothetical, he doesn't even really engage with them. So if Shiva Ayyaduirai is not even capable of of just contemplating a hypothetical, I mean, there've been dumb people that have engaged in debates. They were still able to say, okay, well, I didn't verify what you said is true, but if it's true, then yes, that would mean this or that. But if he's not even capable of doing that, I mean, that's just sad. That's just, I mean, that's just sad. Man, I don't know how long I can last here. We're gonna have to split this up in parts. Oh man, Shiva has disappointed.
Right? And there's tons of videos, so you don't have to go and do it yourself, but you can go do it yourself.
Well, what I'm saying, Dave, time out. Okay. We agree on a scientific method. Okay.
Yep.
Look, you've done this with a lot of people. That's great. Okay. I want you to sort of just clean the slate. Okay. Yep. And just think in a very clean way. You're talking to an engineer.
Yep.
Who actually has to build stuff and who knows laws. Okay. Right. I do. All right. So let's take a clean sheet of paper. We agree on the scientific method. Okay.
Yep. So let me show you my scientific experiment right here. Actual measurements.
So first, your hypothesis is what in this?
If Shiva, see again, Dave's too nice here, but if Shiva's not being disingenuous, my question right here would be, okay, that's excellent. Let's go blank piece of paper. What is your hypothesis, Shiva? Do you actually believe the Earth is a globe? If so, what experiments proved it? Because if he was intellectually honest, he would be able to answer that. But I don't know, maybe Shiva's a flat earther, who knows?
The hypothesis is if the Earth is a globe at the size that they tell us, it has a curvature rate. We know what that rate is based on the Pythagorean theorem, and the best formula.
But let's just stop right there. Which are you talking about? So there is the center of this circle. There's a
radius.
Solid. There's mantle and there's a solid mass.
Wait, I thought we were going blank sheet of paper. Where did this mantle come from? Wait, where did this mantle come from? I thought we were going blank sheet. So there's nothing on the sheet, and now there's a mantle? Oh man, this is getting really painful. Like I said, I was a fan of Shiva Ayyaduirai. I mean, this was a formerly brilliant man. I mean, pre-Fran Drescher. I mean, even post, because in 2020, 2019, 2021, I mean, he was saying a lot of really intelligent things. Chin Chin says Shiva brought a crayon box for the blank sheet. No, I mean, where did the mantle come from, though? He just said pause, time out. Dave should be calling time out on Shiva. Time out. Where did this magical mantle come from? Where are these scientific experiments with independent, dependent variables and controls demonstrating the mantle? So Shiva asked which curve? So what curve does he think? So he asked Dave, which curve are you talking about? So how many curves could there be? So he thinks does he really think Dave is trying to measure some kind of mantle? I mean, or because Flat Earth Dave is obviously talking about the surface of the Earth. Why is Shiva asking which curve? And why is he talking about the mantle? Some alleged mantle. Again, I'm not saying it's true or untrue, but he just said he wanted to go blank sheet. And now he's talking about a mantle and multiple curves? Oh, man. This is tough. This is tough. Oh, man. I was not prepared for this level of gophery. Like I said, the cowardice, I wasn't really thinking he was going to be cowardly either, but, I mean, I wasn't as shocked about the cowardice as I am about the gophery here. Pinto Sack asks, Bruce, why did you like this guy before? Do you not know who he is? He was calling out all of the, what should we call them, issues with the medical event of 2020, etc. Oh, okay. Yeah, he also spoke out pretty hardcore against GMOs. Like, he's one of the biggest anti-GMO guys there are, and he published all this scientific literature on how corrupt the scientism establishment is with all their false studies on GMOs, etc. Like, he actually was using real science to expose the scientism cultists and the corrupt pushing GMOs, as well as many other things. So, I mean, he's been at the forefront of exposing corruption within that area. So he's done a lot of good for mankind. He also invented email. I mean, he's a really smart guy, or was. I mean, I don't know. Fran Drescher must have done a number on this guy. Oh, man. Oh, man. There's only so much gophery I can take. I definitely need a break. This is going to have to be a multi-parter, because I just, honestly, I need a break now. This guy this guy wanted to go blank. So he said, he's so egotistical, he tells Dave, you're talking to an engineer. You're talking to an engineer. The engineer says, oh, let's go blank sheet. Oh, now there's a curve of a mantle. When did that appear on the sheet? when did the mantle get onto a blank sheet? He can't even get the scientific method correct. Oh, man. All right, so we're going to have to continue this one. I mean, I can't do it, man. I can't do it in one sitting. Apologies, people. There's only so much gophery a mere mortal can take. Hope you guys enjoyed another edition of the Mindshock channel here on the Bruce McGuire channel. Bruce McGuire channel, home of Mindshock. Plenty more to come. You want to help support the channel? Help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, even amongst MIT engineers. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you're subscribed. Like and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, and Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. welcome to Mindshock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and this is part 2 of the logical analysis of the Shiva, Ayyaduirai, and Flat Earth Dave encounter. I don't know if we could call this a debate. I'm not even sure we can call this a discussion. I think the most apt description of this is encounter. Okay, so if you haven't checked out part 1, make sure you check that out. We are continuing what is apparently a train wreck for Shiva Ayyaduirai, who appears to have forgotten what the scientific method even is. And the first thing I'm going to go over in a moment is also first principles, because he brought that up and then completely abandoned it, just like the scientific method. And then we'll go over exactly what first principles are and why he was building assumptions on curvature of the Earth's core and mantle and all of these things. When he said first principles, he said blank sheet of paper. So who knows why? I mean, he doesn't know what first principles are. He doesn't know what the scientific method is. He's hallucinating all of these assumptions and then trying to educate Flat Earth Dave while not knowing what they are himself. I mean, this was just straight up goofery. So, as always, if you enjoy the Mindshock podcast, want to help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications. If you're not getting them, you can become a free patron on Patreon and get notifications through there. And depending on your tier, you could also be a guest on the podcast. You could also check us out on Twitter, Facebook, and Reddit. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section, unless of course you are here with us live, and then drop them in the live chat. I'll try to get to all of them. So how is everybody doing this evening? We got Run Boston Bear in the chat, Haley Silver Bear, got a couple of bears in here, Clark Flat Bob, Hold the Line, Shifty Eyes Shady, when was the last time you were in here? I actually don't remember seeing you for a bit. So, welcome everyone. Let's start off with first principles before we continue with this cowardly goofery by Shiva Ayyaduirai, the inventor of email. I mean, this guy, I don't know what happened with his relationship with the nanny, but apparently his once brilliant mind might no longer be brilliant. So in philosophy and science, a first principle is a basic proposition or assumption that cannot be deduced from any other proposition or assumption. First principles in philosophy are from first cause attitudes and taught by Aristotelians, and nuanced versions of first principles are referred to as postulates by Kantians. In math and formal logic, first principles are referred to as axioms or postulates. In physics and other sciences, theoretical work is said to be from first principles if it starts directly at the level of established science and does not make assumptions such as empirical model and parameter fitting. First principles thinking consists of decomposing things down to the fundamental axioms in the given arena before reasoning up, asking which ones are relevant to the question at hand, then cross-referencing conclusions based on chosen axioms and making sure conclusions do not violate any fundamental laws. Physicists include counterintuitive concepts with reiteration. So, how many so-called heliocentric globers, and I'm not going to assume Shiva is one, although he presupposed, he violated first principles by making all these assumptions. Not only is there a mantle on some kind of spherical or globular Earth, but that it also has curvature, etc., etc. So, and he further stipulated, he wants to go beyond first principle. He wants to go complete blank sheet of paper with nothing at all on it. Like absolutely nothing. And yet everything he's saying is violating that and basic first principles. Because in most of these encounters or debates, you have, I mean, flat earthers do it sometimes too, but heliocentric globers, they're always stacking assumptions of this house of cards. Oh, that's because of gravity. What happened to first principles? What gravity? What are you talking about? I mean, if it's true, that's fine. You could establish that, but that's not first principles. You know, when you're stacking a house of cards and using all these flimsy assumption cards to support an argument, that's as opposite as first principles as you can get. So once again, I mean, I don't know if Shiva Ayyaduirai can ever recover from this. Because not only does he not know what first principles are, not only did he utterly fail, I mean, just the absolute failure of Shiva to even understand the scientific method. He was saying you start with a hypothesis? I mean, wow. I mean, this is crazy stuff here. I mean, I have these preschool charts here. I mean, you don't start with a hypothesis, because why would you, like, what is the necessitation of the hypothesis in the first place if you haven't made any kind of observations or research or anything? And, you know, obviously you got to have your dependent variables and controls. But the level of gophery here on display from Shiva, I thought it was pure cowardice at the beginning. I mean, I just thought it was absolute cowardice because he's refusing to engage in any kind of logical discussion or even good faith. There's just no intellectual honesty because Shiva is so terrified. He is absolutely petrified of Flat Earth Dave, or any Flat Earther, I guess, making him look foolish. And in this petrification, he cowered away and attempted to shield his cowardice with the scientific method and first principles, but utterly failed at that. So that's the irony here, is that his hubris, his hubris and narcissism, and so his ego has got him on such short strings, like a puppet. He's like a puppet for his ego. And the irony, if he wasn't this terrified of looking bad, he wouldn't be looking this bad. I mean, maybe he would still look bad if he tried to discuss, you know, have an intellectual discussion with Flat Earth Dave. Who knows? But I don't know if it's possible to look worse than this, because not only has he made himself out to be an absolute coward in being unable to have just a genuine discussion with another human being on a basic topic, like the shape of the earth, you know, just zero intellectual or scientific honesty or curiosity in even examining this topic. I mean, this is just really, Flat Bob says, Shiva seems to be an extremely illogical when he gets emotionally involved and ego-driven. I'm not sure he's that emotional, though. Like, he really doesn't appear to be triggered much. I mean, maybe he is. Maybe this is his personality, and he's just not expressive in the emotions. Maybe. But he really didn't seem that emotionally triggered. He just seems terrified, just absolutely fearful of having an honest discussion with Dave about the shape of the earth. Like, he's kind of pretending and hallucinating that none of these observations have been made, like no experiments have already been done. I mean, I really don't understand what his goal is here. Does he really think that any scientists are going to put their reputation on the line by agreeing to any experiment? And even if they do, like, why is he so petrified of discussing, you know, the experiments already done, like some of these laser tests across frozen lakes? Like, why is he so absolutely terrified of discussing the first step of the scientific method, the observation? That's the irony here, because that's what Flat Earth Dave was doing. He's talking about these hot air balloon footage, just the observations they have, the first step in the scientific method, which Shiva apparently either forgot or never knew, who knows. You would think he would know it with all the papers he published, but I mean, I don't know. I don't want to assume that. So just the cowardly goofery. I mean, this isn't like soy goofery, like Soy Lodge or Craig of Fight the Flat Earth. I mean, this is just plain old cowardly goofery. I mean, I really didn't expect this from a guy who's had all this experience of fighting the establishment. I mean, this guy's spoken out against GMOs. I mean, he's had papers published on mathematical, irrefutable evidence of, I don't know if we're allowed to discuss it on YouTube, certain election issues. So, yeah, I don't know, just, it's kind of disappointing to see a guy like this just be so much of a coward. I mean, it's just so cowardly. But, yeah, let's continue where we picked up here. So Shiva apparently doesn't know what first principles are, even though he brought it up. He doesn't know the steps of the scientific method, especially the first step, even though he brought it up. I mean, I don't know if it's possible to look worse than Shiva is looking here.
Then you gather data from that experiment.
Sure.
Okay, and you agree
Right.
whether you're solid mass.
Is if the Earth is a globe at the
Mhm.
size that they tell us, it has a curvature rate. We know what that rate is based on the Pythagorean theorem, and the best formula.
Right, but let's just stop right there. Which are you talking about? So there is the center of this circle. There is a
There's a radius.
solid there's mantle and there's a solid mass, and there's an atmosphere around that, right?
Yeah.
The mass that you're talking about has various elevations around it
Sure.
as you traverse that.
Right. But if we go over water lies level, right? The water does not curve, right? On a ball, they tell us that at the equator, it's 24,901 miles in circumference. So that would be a curvature rate of about 8 inches per mile squared. That actually is in
Well,
favor.
the water also has surface tension.
A small like a drop of water has surface tension, but a large body of water, anything over a gallon of water, will lie flat at rest, right? And that's fact.
No, I don't. No, I have to think about this.
Yeah.
You're
So
saying it.
Okay, he needs to think about water lying flat at level. Like, he's never heard of a level. Like, he's never done any kind of construction. He's never used a tripod for a camera has a water level in it. I mean, that's kind of weird. He needs to, this supposedly brilliant intellectual with all of these degrees and credentials, he needs to think about this? Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. Phil Indeblanc in the chat saying he wasn't up for a Weiss presentation but offered something very valuable. Yeah, I mean, he offered that he doesn't know what the scientific method is, particularly the first step. He offered that he's supposedly advocating for first principles, but doesn't know what they are. So, yeah, I mean, he did offer an excellent presentation in hubris, hypocrisy, and flat-out goofery. This MIT PhD. I mean, it's crazy. He doesn't even understand the first step of the scientific method. And the irony here is that Flat Earth Dave was the one discussing that first step observation, and Shiva is claiming that hypothesis is the first step, not observation. So he's offering a good lesson in what the scientific method isn't, so that people can learn what it is. Phil says he offered a place and his resources for a test. Well, no, he didn't, because I don't think he knows what an experiment is, the difference between an experiment and test. Just the level of goofery here, not to mention, I don't know if Dave is in here yet, but apparently he never got back to Dave, so this was all disingenuous in the first place. Now, I'm not sure whether Shiva actually thought so-called scientists would congregate with flat earthers and agree to a test or experiment. I mean, these have already been done countless times. The laser tests for these large frozen lakes. I mean, all these hot air balloon, all the hot air balloon footage. I mean, a lot of this stuff has already been done, like the infrared. Like, all of these tests have already been done. So Shiva just kept interrupting Dave to not allow Dave to. I mean, obviously somebody like Austin Whitsitt or someone less polite would have put him in his place and set the record straight here, because right now Shiva's on his bicycle. Like, he's pedaling away so fast from any kind of honest discussion. I mean, where's his scientific curiosity? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, he's offering nothing here. Thomas Morgan says, I can't say much because I never really thought about water being level. Well, that's why it's called the level. Like, because water, that's why, you also have sea level, because it's always level. Now, obviously, there's waves and stuff, but yeah, there's no magical bulges like Neil deGrasse Tyson alleges, unless they are, and they've just never been observed, but Phil says, yes, he was dismissive and wanted to do it from point zero. But that's the thing, he wasn't doing it from point zero. He's invoking mantle curvature. I don't know if he said gravity yet, but I was skipping around through the interview before. I just couldn't believe the level of goofery here. Phil says they set a date. Did they? Who said in the chat last time that Shiva never actually got back to him? Are they actually going to get together? But why was Shiva so cowardly? He couldn't just have a regular discussion for at least, 10, 15 minutes and then schedule the test and everything. Because all the interrupting and repeating, they could have actually been way more efficient. If Shiva wasn't so cowardly, they could have just had, the real 15-minute discussion first and then scheduled the test. You could do both. And you could do it faster than what we got here. Just this countless interruption, etc. And Shiva, spewing how he doesn't understand the scientific method, which is just absolutely insane. He keeps egotistically appealing to spamming the appeal to credentials fallacy. You're talking to a guy with degrees and an engineer, and he doesn't even know the first step of the scientific method. He thinks it's hypothesis. I mean, preschoolers, the preschoolers that do these particular worksheets, obviously not all preschoolers, but these are preschool worksheets on the screen here. These are literal preschool educational material worksheets. And I'm sure in kindergarten they have some as well. So the preschoolers and kindergartners who do these particular worksheets that learn the scientific method, they know that hypothesis is not step one, because why would you even be hypothesizing about something if you have no observation or no kind of purpose or research of any kind to even form the hypothesis in the first place? So that's not starting from scratch. That's not starting from point zero. He's pretending that's what he wants to do, but he's not doing it at all. And he also brought up first principles we didn't talk about in episode 1. I was kind of mind shocked at how cowardly he was, and the fact that he forgot the steps of the scientific method, or never knew them, who knows. But the first principles, we didn't spend any time on that. I really wanted to illustrate that. I mean, that is an excellent starting point. But when you're talking about the curvature of the mantle, That's not first principles. Alright, let's continue here. I mean, this is absolute goofery.
Yeah. So
wait, stop. Time out. I have to you have to think about that because you have gravitational forces.
What? We do? Where did that come from? Gravitational forces on Earth? Because again, I mean, he's not even up to date, and I mean, this is just all so tough. So how is this first principles? How is any of this first principles if the goof starts invoking forces that may not actually be affecting anything on Earth? Real quick, let's just go to Walter Lewin real quick. I hope Shiva watches this.
Parallel with gravity. Newton's law of gravity, that the force, which in that case is always attracting, gravity never repels, is the product of two masses. And then you have here the gravitational constant, and again you have the distance square. So there is an enormous parallel between the two. It's a great beauty that electricity acts in a way that is very parallel to the way that gravity works. If you compare electricity with gravity, you will see that electric forces are way more powerful than gravitational forces. If now I compare the electric force with the gravitational force, so I divide one by the other, notice that the d cancels. They both have d squared downstairs. And so you will easily be able to show that this ratio is roughly 10 to the 36. So the electric force is 36 orders of magnitude more potent than the gravitational attraction. This teaches you some respect, perhaps, for 802. If these were the only forces that acted on the protons, and you bring them in the nucleus, which has a size of only 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, then the acceleration that the proton will experience is the electric force divided by the mass of the proton, F equals ma, basis of 801. And if you take this electric force, when you make d 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, which is 10 to the minus 14 meters, and you calculate this ratio, you will find that it is 26 orders of magnitude higher than the gravitational acceleration on Earth. 26 orders of magnitude higher. So you wonder what the hell holds the nucleus together, if there is such a tremendous force on these protons. Well, what is holding them together are the nuclear forces, which we do not fully understand, but thank goodness the nuclear forces are not part of 802, so I'll leave that alone for now. So what holds our world together? Well, on the nuclear scale, 10 to the minus 12 centimeters, very important are the nuclear forces. On an atomic scale, up to thousands of kilometers, on an atomic scale, up to thousands of kilometers, it's really electric forces that hold our world together. It's really electric forces that hold our world together. It's really electric forces that hold our world together. It's really electric forces that hold our world together. The electric forces are way more powerful than gravitational forces. So the electric force is 36 orders of magnitude more potent than the gravitational attraction. It's really electric forces that hold our world together.
So, yeah, okay. So Shiva Ayyaduirai is an MIT student. This is Walter Lewin, one of the most respected physics professors ever. 450 papers, MIT physics professor. So again, I'm not going to appeal to credentials or appeal to authority. This isn't true because he said it's true. This is, again, established physics that you can actually measure. Like, you can measure electric forces. Can you measure a mass attracting another mass? The De Palma experiments showed that you can't in a vacuum. So there's no actual evidence for mass attracting mass by virtue of the mass, where there is evidence of electric forces. So the goofery here by Shiva Ayyaduirai. So Shiva claimed he wanted to go first principles. Shiva claimed this. He claimed he wanted to go blank sheet. How is gravity finding its way onto the sheet? Now, theoretically, you could put electric forces on this blank sheet according to first principle because electric forces are established. They're not simply theorized without evidence. So again, these laws are of forces. They are laws, but the electric forces are they're clearly measured. Nobody disputes their existence as far as I know. I don't know if there's anybody out there. I think even Shiva Ayyaduirai would agree that electric forces exist. But his goofery here, like, this is what separates Shiva from all these other goofs. These other goofs want to hallucinate and pretend like first principles aren't important. It's all already been proven, or the scientific method isn't important. Shiva is very unique here because in his hypocritical goofery, he's like, his actual premise of let's do first principles. Let's engage with the scientific method. Let's go blank sheet. That's excellent. I've actually never heard of a globe earther or scientism cultist of any kind who's actually advocating for first principles and just complete blank sheet of paper, objective, logical, neutral starting point. So what he's claiming should be done is actually good. It's scientific. But that's not what he's doing. So this is just absolute insanity here by Shiva in violating everything he just said that they should do. First principles, blank sheet, scientific method. So it's pretty well established by again, physicists who actually know something, like Walter Lewin. Now, Walter Lewin supposedly believes that gravity, like if you watch this full lecture, I went over it on other podcasts. Supposedly he believes that gravity does affect the cosmology, like on a planetary scale. So he believes that there are suns and planets, and the planets are orbiting suns via gravity, etc. But he clearly knows that that the electric forces actually control everything on Earth. Because a lot of goofs claim that nothing works without gravity. Like, you can't build anything. You can't build bridges without... I mean, these are electric forces affecting everything. So clearly, you don't even need to know what gravity is. You know, all these ancient civilizations building these incredible structures. That was all pre-Newton, pre-Isaac Newton. How did they do it if they didn't understand gravity? Because a lot of goofs like Craig, Bryant Myers, they bring up nothing would work if not for gravity. When obviously you don't even if gravity were real, you wouldn't need to know about it to build all these things. But again, is it mass attracting mass, or are these simply electric forces? If you're going first principles, if you're going blank sheet, why is Shiva bringing up gravity? It's like the religion of the scientific cultists, big G. It's their religion. So, yeah, I just wanted to highlight that. Hopefully Shiva watches this, but his ego probably won't even allow him to re-examine any of this, kind of like Brian Myers.
Sure.
Okay, which affect bodies of water. Right?
So if the Earth, let me help you with that. They tell us the Earth is 70% water. So that water can't be flat. It would have to curve around the Earth. It would have to curve if the Earth is a ball. Correct?
What I'm saying is that no, I have to do some thinking about this.
He needs to think to know that if their world were a globe, that the oceans would curve on some kind of a scale. He needs to do thinking about that. Like if you have a basketball and the word Spalding is on it, the word across the basketball there's gonna be curved. Those words are gonna be the letters are gonna be curved. Do you need to think about it? I mean, I don't think small children even need to think about that, do they? I mean, that's that's a pretty basic concept. I mean, yeah, I think he's just so terrified of looking bad, he has to constantly go time out. Who needs a time out for a preschool concept? I mean, even Craig of Flank the Flat Earth I don't think he needed this many timeouts. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, this is really weird. This is really weird. I mean, this is just pure cowardice at this point. This is cowardly cope. I mean, it's like his defense mechanism. Hold on, I need to think about this. Timeout. If the Earth, if a planet is 70% water, the water wouldn't need to, he needs to think about whether or not the water would curve? He needs to think about that? Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, this is just, this is crazy. I mean, I know I say this a lot, but this might actually be the most embarrassing Flat Earth encounter ever, simply because of who Shiva is. I mean, he's obviously not the dumbest individual. I mean, obviously he's smarter than Craig, and Soy Lodge. But just the performance here in this Flat Earth encounter, this performance might be the worst. I mean, not even knowing the first step of the scientific method. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy.
Because when you look at a object it's a deformable liquid, okay?
Yeah, but water, calm water at rest lies flat, and it would have to conform to the curve of the Earth. Otherwise, it will be a sheet that shoots off into space.
No, but what I'm saying is the
It looks like he really realized he's cooked right here. I mean, just the stuttering and the stammer. If you've watched Shiva interviews, like, he's very composed and knowledgeable on many topics. He's never stuttering and sputtering and calling time out and looking off to the side here. Flat Earth Dave just absolutely eviscerated him on a basic preschool concept. Because if the ocean has no curvature, yeah, obviously it would just be like it would be whatever the shape of the Earth is. Obviously not a perfect sphere, whatever, an oblate pear-shaped spheroid, if you're going by Neil deGrasse Tyson's description, and then oceans would just be shooting off into space if they had no curvature. And then that got him sputtering and stuttering and looking off to the side here. I mean, look at his expression. He knows he's cooked. This was his worst nightmare coming true. He was cowering behind first principles and the scientific method while not even knowing them. because he didn't want to look stupid. He didn't want this to happen right here. And now it's happened. Flat Bob says he's stuttering because he knows it's the main point he cannot refute. I think part of it is his ego is so massive. I mean, again, who knows what the nanny did to him and Hollyweird, all those Hollyweird connections. But it's just, you could tell by the expression on his face here, the micro expression here. This is his worst nightmare coming true. He was just made to look like an absolute goof by a flat earther, especially on this particular point. Now, there are some counter arguments to, again, horizon versus true horizon. I mean, you can use rarefaction, refraction. There's a lot of arguments he could use. Again, I'm not claiming any of them are true or untrue. I'm not claiming they're scientific. There's arguments you can use to kind of refute that large bodies of water wouldn't necessarily look perfectly flat. But he didn't even, it looks like he doesn't even know them. Otherwise, he might have invoked them. But this expression on his face tells the whole story. This is what he wanted to avoid. This is why he was cowering behind the scientific method and first principles. Now, that would have worked a lot better if he actually knew what they were. Oh, man. Flat Bob says, a globe necessarily has to curve. Objectively, it has to. And he can't defend his position because no curvature has ever been recorded or measured. Yeah, but I think it's even more than that. I think he wanted to avoid even any kind of point-by-point discussion here. And Dave got him. He was trying to time out. I have to think about... He was doing everything he could to divert from having an honest conversation. And, I mean, this is shots fired by Dave. Look at Dave's face here. I mean, this is like Michael Jordan dunking on a preschooler. Like, Dave, even Dave is not impressed with himself because this was Michael Jordan dunking on a preschooler. And look at Dave's face here. I mean, he knows he just dunked on him, but... This is all hilarious. This is why I like to study these micro expressions, because it tells the story of the psychology behind all of this. Flat Bob says Shiva pulled the blank piece of paper fallacy, and even with the blank sheet, he still can't defend his position. But it wasn't even a blank sheet, though. He pulled out a sheet with a bunch of writing on it. Mantle, gravity, and claimed it was blank. I mean, wow. This really is unique goofery, though. This is unique goofery.
Nature of that curvature
that shoots off into space.
No, but what I'm saying is the nature
but that shoots off into space.
Saying is the nature of that saying is the nature of that curvature, okay, or that deformation, because it is a elastic fluid, will vary. You agree?
No, I disagree. Because large bodies of water at rest lie flat, right? So if we had a lake a mile long, from one, if you're standing at one end,
David, you have different forces on objects, right?
Notice how he interrupts Dave almost to kind of try to steamroll with his diversion and red herring logical fallacies. Yes, there are forces on the water. What does that have anything to do with anything? Let's say the Earth really is a globe. And let's say gravity is totally real and mass attracts mass. So then the gravity would be sticking the water to the globe and it would be curved. So what does this have anything to do with what Dave is talking about? Because the forces, if a mass attracting mass force was real, or even if it's all electric, even if these are non-gravitational forces, but the Earth really is a globe, I'm not claiming it is or it isn't, this is of course Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is that we don't know anything for sure. I do not claim anything is true or untrue. But even those forces existing prove that there would be an observable curvature. So what is Shiva doing here? Did Shiva just get lost in his own goofery? He forgot what he was talking about. He forgot what the point Dave made was, and he's just interrupting Dave for damage control to try to look less stupid. That appears to be what's going on here. Because what he just said supports Flat Earth Dave's point that if there was a globe, the oceans would be curved around the globe, especially if the pictures from space aren't fake. So those forces would be curving the water. So why is Shiva interrupting to prove Dave's point as if it disproves it? I mean, is anybody else having the same issue that I'm having here? Forces acting on the water would necessitate that it would curve around the globe. It's almost like he's making Dave's point stronger while pretending that it's not and invalidating what Dave's saying while interrupting him in a cowardly fashion. Ethan W. in the chat here, lost in his own goofery, is so accurate and hilarious. That's my new favorite insight. I think that's the first time I've said that. I think, well, it also might be the first time I've seen it in this type of capacity. Oh, man. I mean, look at his face. Doesn't he look like he's lost in his own goofery? Because why is he bringing up forces acting on the water that would necessitate the curve, the very point Dave is making? But he's interrupting him to agree with him while pretending it's invalidating what Dave is saying. I mean, Ethan W. saying reaching new levels here. Oh, man. Hold the line says dark curve. Oh, man. I think they might have to start introducing special relativity or super special relativity.
Right?
Well, you're just talking about the alleged force of gravity, but when water is at rest, it lies flat. That's how engineers measure the level is
Right,
with
but
water
so you're
level.
assuming there's no other forces.
Wow. First of all, isn't Shiva the one assuming it's gravity and there are no other forces? So now he's moved on to projection goofery. Because Dave actually never said whether there were or weren't any other forces. And what does that have to do with anything? Let's say there's 50 different forces. Let's say there's 50 million different... Let's say there's 50 billion different forces. In his diversion, red herring, and false premise logic, there's also a false premise logical fallacy. Because even if there's 50 billion, 50 trillion different forces, if the Earth is a globe, the way those forces would be acting, the water would still have to conform to that globe. Otherwise, like Dave said, it would be sticking out into space, and all of the alleged images from space wouldn't look like the way they do. Phil says, Shiva worries me with the catcher mitt and ball on the wall behind him. Oh, man. Ethan W. says, special ed relativity. Oh, man. I mean, this is kind of crazy, though. This is kind of crazy because Nominal says, we have only explored about 20% of the oceans. There's probably some forces hiding down there. That's another thing, too, when you really think about it. The people that are buying the alleged footage from Mars that just happens to look exactly like Devon Island with a red filter, and, you know, with certain animal life that is only present on Devon Island, like musk oxen. But anyway, people are buying that there's all this footage from Mars, but they don't even have the entire seafloor. They don't even have footage of the entire seafloor, or even half of the seafloor, or even a third of the seafloor. They don't even have footage of the bottom of the seafloor, the ocean floor, but they're allegedly getting footage from Mars. I mean, and here's the thing, like, it's actually plausible to get footage from the ocean floor. It's plausible. I mean, they've gotten some footage from certain areas, so you know they can do it. The technology exists, but the amount of resources to get it are so incredible, and yet we're to believe that far more resources that are required to get footage from Mars are somehow done all the time, when they can't even expend the resources to explore the ocean right here, the ocean that everybody knows exists. You know, a lot of people have been in it, swam in it, scuba dive. You know, people, they know where the ocean is, approximately. Most of them. I mean, this is wild stuff here from Shiva. I mean, this is a special kind of goofery.
At all.
Well, when you're looking at a lake or a reservoir or something where the water is calm, it's lying flat.
In this model, in your hypothesis, it's more than just a hypothesis. You're excluding gravity. You're excluding any other forces.
I certainly am. Let me ask you a question. If some
What would excluding forces, what does that have anything to do? Again, Shiva is like a master of these diversion, red herring logical fallacies and false premise logical fallacies. He keeps spamming these same ones. Because what does that have to do with anything? Whether you exclude or not exclude forces, does that change the way, like, let's say the images from space are real, like, just for sake of argument, does that change the fact that the water would conform to the globe? Regardless of whether somebody is excluding or not excluding forces. What about all the as of yet to be discovered forces? Like, let's say there's undiscovered force X. Do you need to know it to understand the very basic children's level concept that water would be curving around a globe if the Earth were a globe? I mean, these are children's level concepts, and Shiva can only spam these diversion, red herring, and false premise logical fallacies. I mean, does he even know what a fallacy is? And he's not the one excluding forces. Shiva seems to be the one excluding these electric forces while pretending that gravity does everything. Which isn't even, again, even within the so-called establishment science, that's not even the theories they're going with. Because again, Walter Lewin is pretty well established. I don't know, I mean, I've never seen that challenged, that electric forces don't exist or aren't responsible for what's going on on Earth. So I've never seen anybody, maybe people have, I just haven't seen it. I haven't seen people deny the existence of electric forces. So yeah, I mean, this is really weird. I mean, I don't know how many parts this is going to have to be, because this is just tough to dissect here. It looks like Shiva really realized he's cooked here, even though he's not really expressive with the emotions. It looks like he's actually building up some anger and frustration here with Dave, because Dave's making him look like an utter goof, and it looks like he kind of knows it. And he's trying to do damage control with these timeouts because he knows that his fanboys will gobble up whatever he's spewing. So he knows that his fanboys and fangirls will probably think that he's superior here, regardless of what he actually says. So that looks like he's really, and also maybe he's thinking that not that many people are going to watch this. I mean, I don't know, but he does not look happy here. Does anybody think that this looks like a happy, confident man who's demonstrated that he's the superior intellectual? Because if you watch the beginning of this so-called encounter, I mean, he doesn't really look super happy either, but he doesn't look defeated. Here, like, after all the stuttering and sputtering and the timeouts, this man I don't see any confidence on his face here. This looks like he's all damage control.
Thing is moving at a constant speed. Forget whether the speed is changing or not, but it's turning. It's not going on a linear path. That curve, that turn is equal to acceleration. Do you agree with that?
What I'm saying is that you have to lay out the problem very clearly. You're being
I'm trying to lay it out, but
how is it possible to be any clearer? I mean, this is as clear as it gets. If the Earth were a globe, the water, if the Earth is mostly water, the water would be conforming to the shape of the globe. I mean, how can you be clearer about that? Now, this is okay. What's clear is that Shiva is now has descended into complete dishonest goofery. Because now he's trying to gaslight Dave. He's trying to pretend that Dave is the one not being clear. Like, this goof has been stuttering and sputtering about other forces, ignoring forces, not knowing the first step of the scientific method, completely ignoring first principles, which he brought up himself, pretending to go blank sheet and then not going blank sheet. And he's pretending Dave's the one that's not being clear. So this kind of projection and dishonesty, I mean, man, my opinion of Shiva completely changed after part 1. Now in part 2, I mean, it's kind of hard to respect this guy now. Like, it's one thing to be embarrassed and have an ego about it, but to start gaslighting Dave here and trying to pretend and frame this dishonestly as if Dave isn't being as crystal clear as possible, I mean, that's low. That's low. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, that's really low here. Pinto Sack says, Bruce, I'll pay your tuition to take some college courses just so you can live stream challenging your professor. I'm a little too old for college, my friend, but I do have some stories from my school days, maybe on a live Q&A. If you ask me about it on the live Q&A, I have some stories about various encounters and such. Now, I mean, back then, geocentrism, yes, but what's interesting, just if you want to really quick, I'll go over a couple things real quick. I actually, for the most part, had really good teachers and professors. They weren't, I don't want to call, I mean, some of them were, but most of them were not hopelessly indoctrinated scientism cultists. They really weren't, they didn't take these hardline stances, like even on the subject of geocentrism, they really didn't get triggered when I brought it up. They were kind of in the position where, like, yeah, it's kind of hard to know for sure. It's kind of hard to know. They weren't triggered about it, and they weren't claiming with 100% certainty that it was heliocentrism versus geocentrism. So there really wasn't, there really weren't like fights or encounters like that for the most part. I do have a couple stories, but for the most part, those challenges were not met with any kind of scientism resistance. So, I don't know, maybe some of the teachers just didn't care enough to even know it. Like, there were definitely some of those where they really didn't care what the truth was. They're going by the syllabus, and they didn't get mad at anybody, because I wasn't the only one. There were, there were other students who would bring up, well, how do you know this? How do you know that? They didn't get mad about that. Most of them didn't really embrace the scientific curiosity either. They kind of just had the position, well, I guess it is kind of hard to know. We don't know for sure, but this is the curriculum. This is going to be on the test, so if you want to get a good grade, you put this answer. They weren't mad about it. They weren't triggered. They didn't start gaslighting people like Shiva is here. Pinto Sack says things were different back in the day. Yeah, they were. People really didn't get triggered as much, like even about politics. Like, you don't like the president, you like the president. Like, back in the 90s, people didn't really have these snowflake meltdowns. So yeah. But, yeah, I mean, just the gaslighting here. I mean, this is a new low for Shiva. To pretend Dave's not being clear, to cope with just being absolutely embarrassed here.
You haven't
No,
allowed me to show you yet.
No,
so
but I'm trying to say, Dave, you have to lay it out very clearly, because all the stuff out there, I'm willing to look at it in a very clean way.
Sure.
But I don't really care for all the shit out there. What I'm trying to say is, let's define the problem
Yep.
in a very precise way.
You know, I really didn't want to say that Shiva wasn't honest, but I mean, I think it's pretty clear he's dishonest here. Because how can you say you don't care about what's out there? You don't care about the observations of the natural world? Like, you don't care about actually being scientific or logical? Because how can you define the problem if you don't know what the problem is and you haven't made any observations? So how can you not care about the world out there, reality? How can you clearly even define a problem if you're not even aware that a problem exists? And this is the sheer cowardice of Shiva here. Because, again, in his denial of the scientific method by wanting to jump straight to hypothesis and experiment, he doesn't want to do any actual observation or research of any kind. He doesn't want to do the step one of the scientific method. He literally just said he doesn't care about step one of the scientific method. How can you clearly define any hypothesis or any, which Dave actually did because he did step one, but Shiva is in sheer denial of step one. Because how can he, and forget the scientific method, like just as a genuinely curious individual, like if you're not a brain dead goof, like aren't you curious about what is out there? Like what the world is, how it looks like how is there zero scientific curiosity if you're supposedly a man of science? So it's really weird. I mean, it's just really, really weird. So, I mean, I don't know how long I could keep going here. I'm probably going to have to end this kind of soon because just the level of gopher here is just incredible.
Okay.
And the definition of the problem definition is very hard to do.
Yeah.
So the problem definition needs to be done very accurately. You have to lay it out saying, these are my assumptions, or these are my initial variables.
Wait, so now he doesn't know the difference between an assumption and a variable? I mean, what is Dave assuming here? He brought up a video of a hot air balloon. There's no curvature. So what is the assumption that can be drawn from that? You made an observation. You're in step one of the scientific method, which apparently Shiva's pretending doesn't exist and doesn't care about. So just the level of sheer goofery here. I mean, I would have just interrupted here. Shiva Ayyaduirai, do you believe the heliocentric globe is the true model of the Earth? If so, what is your evidence for this? Because he's kind of talking like this know-it-all, just all in his ego, while getting the scientific method wrong and not even being able to follow first principles, which he said everybody should. So just the level of goofery on display here, I would have put Shiva on the spot here. Like, what are your assumptions? Because he's talking from this know-it-all position, as if he knows it all, just all in his ego. So I would have put him on the spot with his ego, because he's constantly trying to gaslight Dave to pretend Dave is the problem. Dave is trying to actually go by the scientific method. He's on step one. You don't just start skipping steps. Step one is observation. We have to discuss the observations. So Dave, that's the most hilarious part about all this. Shiva, in his cowardice, doesn't realize that Dave is being way more scientific than he is. I mean, I guess that makes it that much funnier, but it's also really sad and pathetic in a way that you have a guy of Shiva's stature here that's just humiliating himself with this cowardice.
Yeah.
And based on these initial variables, I'm making this hypothesis. So what are your initial variables? There is no gravity. That's one of the things you're just bringing up now.
Okay, I apologize, but I think I'm gonna have to check out here. Is Shiva that utterly clueless and scientifically illiterate? He doesn't understand the burden of proof is on positive claims? He thinks an assumption of a negative is a variable? The level of gophery here. I can't. Wow. I mean, Shiva just dropped the floor out on his own gophery. I've definitely used that phrase before. I mean, Craig is like the king of dropping the floor out on his own gophery, but Shiva's giving him a run for his money. I never thought I would say this. If someone had asked me if Shiva Ayyaduirai would give Craig of Fight the Flat Earth a run for his money on dropping the floor out in gophery, I would have called you crazy. I mean, you would think it wouldn't be possible for a man who created email and exposed GMOs and has been fighting the establishment, because Craig's like a brain-dead goof. I mean, this vegetables and authority-worshipping cultist bootlicker Craig is. Shiva's not really a bootlicker. He's fought the establishment more than almost anybody in the scientific community. So Shiva's no bootlicker. You can call him a lot of things. He's not an authority-worshipping cultist bootlicker. He's challenged the establishment. But drop it to hallucinate. He thinks a variable is assuming a negative. I mean, this is logic 101. The burden of proof is on positive claims. Like, if I say I went to Pluto yesterday, you don't just... For him to say, you're assuming the variable that I didn't go. Where's the proof that I went? Oh, man. Can you imagine? Like, if I don't know, brought up some kind of thesis on something, and it involved, let's say I said I went to Pluto yesterday, and then somebody interrupts, wait a second. Somebody that was questioning me said, wait a second, is your variable the assumption that I didn't go to Pluto? I mean, that's what Shiva just did. Not to mention, what would gravity have to do with the shape? Because whether it's mass attracting mass or electric forces, none of that is related to the fact that if all the images from space are real, or even if there were no images, just conceptually, if you have a globular object that's mostly composed of water, the water has to curve around that object, otherwise it wouldn't be a spherical object. It would be something completely different and not what is observed. So, for example, like if you're looking up at Mount Everest and I don't know, you see a piece of ocean just jetting straight up into the sky like a spike, I mean, then you can kind of say maybe the oceans wouldn't conform to the shape of the Earth. Oh, man. I mean, Phil, this is logic 101. I mean, that's why shifting the burden of proof is such a major fallacy. One of the biggest fallacies. You don't just assume something is true. And so Shiva here, I mean, I'm not joking. Like, my goofery meter, like, I could actually handle Craig longer than this just because of who Craig is. Like, his vegetative Dunning-Kruger stylings, they actually are kind of funny. Like, Craig actually is entertaining with his Dunning-Kruger. This is not entertaining for me. To see a guy who created email and exposed Big Pharma, completely exposed so much of the corrupt establishment, to see him dropping the floor out on goofery like this and not even understanding the fundamentals, I mean, this is the amount of respect I used to have for him. I slightly forgave him not knowing the scientific method. I slightly looked past him not understanding first principles. But there's a point in time, like, I have to draw the line here. This is absolutely, well, I actually did draw it in his dishonesty of gaslighting Dave by pretending Dave wasn't being clear. Dave is being very clear here. I mean, absolutely clear. And Shiva here now, not understanding Logic 101, just the basics of burden of proof. I mean, there's really, I don't know where to go from here. There's no, this is absolutely inexcusable on any kind of intellectual level. Like, you expect goofs like Craig not to understand this stuff and the basics of logic. But a guy like Shiva Ayyaduirai? I mean, wow. Flapop says, run it through the logical analysis ringer and tally up. I actually don't think, I mean, he would probably get a lot of super fallacies. I don't think he would score that much because he talks slow. He talks pretty slow. I mean, he just keeps reusing, he was just reusing the red herring and diversion and false premise logical fallacies. He was reusing the same three, but he talks too slow. Like, he's not a verbal diarrhea master like Sartain or Destiny that could rack up dozens and dozens of fallacies in seconds. Flapbob asks, how much longer is this debate? We actually, let me see here. We're not even halfway, and I have to check out here. Like, I'm a mere mortal. Like, my apologies. But I want to be very thorough here, so I don't want to just let it run and let them talk for 20 minutes at a time without giving the logical analysis, because this is Mindshock. I have the most comprehensive and exhaustive analyses here. So I want to do it justice, but at the same time, I have to split it up because there's only so much goofery I can take. I'm just one man. I'm just one mortal. Like, the level of goofery, for Shiva Ayyaduirai to not understand Logic 101. This is elementary school logic. I learned this in 3rd grade, if I remember. It might have been 2nd. It might have been 2nd grade. The first I recall, maybe it was 1st, but the first I recall of it, it was 2nd or 3rd grade. I remember it was on a test. That was roughly the last time it was taught. I don't remember ever seeing it in high school. But burden of proof was on a logic test in elementary school. And so for Shiva not to comprehend the literally the elementary basics. I mean, he's got the scientific method wrong. He's got first principles wrong. He doesn't understand Logic 101 or basic fallacies here. I mean, this is bonkers. This is flat out bonkers. He's lost in his own goofery, and I mean, this has just reached a point where, because I guess it's also because I did have quite a bit of respect for this man. But, I mean, finding out that he was in a relationship with a nanny, I mean, that explains a few things. That explains a lot of things about this so-called encounter. Oh, man. And Lord Zed, it's not about people lying. Like, who cares if they're lying or not? Let's just stick to the scientific method. It doesn't, like, appeal to motive is pretty silly. Like, who cares about why or if they're lying or if they're none of that matters. Let's stick to the basic science and basic logic here. And for whatever reason, that seems to be quite difficult in any of these flat earth discussions. Elaine in the chat says, couldn't it be that he's just an actor, controlled opposition? He seems way too dumb to have invented anything. Like Elon, who invented nothing. Well, no, there's a huge difference between Shiva and Elon. Shiva supposedly was really smart. Have you seen any of his older videos? Like, I know he's appearing like he's a vegetable here, but he's actually really intelligent, or at least he was. Elon has never said anything smart. Like, Elon has never demonstrated any kind of intellectual command of any subject. He bought his way into every company, whether it was SpaceX, Tesla, etc. He never founded anything. He never invented anything. And that's all on record. So this isn't, like, controversial. Shiva actually holds patents. You could read his actual papers. I mean, this is a smart guy, or at least was. At least was. I have no idea what's going on with this conversation. So, yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Pinto Sack says, you should bring out the goofery scorecard. Yeah, I really should, but I mean, oh man, that would be so painful. It also glitches out. I mean, I'm still kind of working on getting that streamlined. Heracles says Fran caused his ears to permanently close. Well, not just his ears. I mean, what happened to brain activity? Like, even if he heard nothing, how did he get the scientific method wrong? How did he get first principles? Like, let's say he didn't let's say he's actually deaf and he didn't hear a word that Dave said. That still doesn't explain him not understanding anything. I mean, just to not understand what the burden of proof is, whether he heard Dave or not, uttering the phrase, you're assuming something doesn't exist. I mean, that's crazy. If there's an invisible flying spaghetti monster, we're not, and he's going to say, well, you're assuming it doesn't exist. Well, why would you assume it does? I mean, this is logic 101. This is absolute bonkers. Elaine says something is wrong with his mind. Maybe the powers that be actually fried his mind. Like, after he successfully exposed Big Pharma, maybe their revenge, maybe he was, like, poisoned or something, and his brain got fried. I mean, I don't know. That's a viable theory at this point. At this point, it's viable. between the nanny and other possibilities here. Run Boston Bear says, Bruce, thank you for hanging in there. Yeah, it was tough. I mean, this is tough because, like I said, this is a guy that exposed the establishment. This is not some random goof like Craig. Craig's actually funny with his goofery, though. Like the Bigfoot mailbox fallacy, over time things happen. Like, Craig is a hilarious goof. Shiva's not funny here. This is just embarrassing. I mean, this isn't funny at all. But yeah, I mean, I definitely need to finish this up. This might be multiple more parts because, again, like I said, I'm just a mere mortal here. You know, to have a supposedly functioning adult, let alone an MIT PhD who invented email and exposed GMOs and Big Pharma and mathematically exposed voting issues, to have him completely flatline like this, it's hard to watch, my friends. It is hard to watch, but I'll catch you guys next time. Thanks for joining us. If you want to help support the Mindshock podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, where even people like Shiva Ayyaduirai are proving this. You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to Mindshock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and we are continuing our Shiva Ayyaduirai versus Flat Earth Dave logical analysis. This is part 4. And we've seen a lot of goofery so far. We've seen a lot of pure, unadulterated cowardice from Shiva, unlike anything we've ever seen in any so-called flat earth encounter before. This is truly, truly painful. We are missing the entertainment value that is found in most of the goofs that engage in these so-called debates. Shiva's just pure, it looks like pure anger and cowardice combined. This goof is lost in his own goofery. But we will see how much longer it takes us to get through this is one of the shortest Flat Earth encounters, and it's taken the longest to get through, because almost everything Shiva says is complete inaccurate nonsense. He doesn't even know the steps of the scientific method. As always, if you want to help support the podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it is quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share to Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Unless you are with us live, then drop them in live chat. I'll try to get to each and every one of them. Welcome, Run Boston Bear, Lord Zed, South to West, Flat Bob, Matt, and Kelly. Hopefully everybody's seen the previous 4 parts. It is quite painful stuff here. I think, are we on the flat earth calculation here? Oops. For those that don't know, Shiva Ayyaduirai was in a relationship with a nanny. Now, Nanny Fine might have MK Ultra fried his brain, because he seemed to be smart, happy, and healthy in these previous times, and now he just looks goofy, angry, and cowardly. Valid. So we have the steps of the scientific method, which he doesn't appear to know. He keeps skipping over step 1 observation, which leads the way to the hypothesis. You don't just start with the hypothesis like he's been hallucinating this whole time. And then, of course, first principles. Basics. Taking it back to the basics, or blank sheet, like he said. Except his isn't blank. He keeps putting stuff on it while pretending it's blank. I mean, this is just flat out goofery here. Here's the preschool chart. I mean, again, this stuff is not hard. This stuff is not hard. So let's pick up right where we left off last time. And we'll see if we can make it all the way through. I'm not sure we will, just based on what's been coming out of Shiva's mouth. It's been very, very difficult to get through this. We are all just gluttons for punishment here. I mean, why do we even do that? I mean, it is so painful. I'm almost missing Craig a Fight the Flat Earth and his Dunning-Kruger antics, because at least they're entertaining. I mean, this is just nothing but pure pain here. Welcome, Aaron. So yeah, let's pick up right where we left off. Fallacy. Oops, that's not it. That's the fallacy song.
drop if the Earth was curved, right?
Let me look. So you have, go back. Let's go back. Okay, so hold on. You're saying the radius is 3,963 miles. You go 100 miles. And at that point, if the Earth was flat, right?
If the Earth was curved, we'd have the difference of the radius.
Yeah, but
from
before you
here
go,
to here.
no, but that's a flat Earth model.
No, that's the globe model. I'm calculating the drop on a globe.
No. If you were at that point and you were flat and you came out, you want to try to find out if you were going from the. I'm saying that is if the Earth is flat, right?
No, this is if the Earth was a globe. If I went out straight and on a straight line from the tangent of my feet and I didn't follow the curve, after 100 miles, I would be 1.2615 miles high, which is 6,600 feet. Right? That's how much curve there is. At 10 miles, there's 66 feet of curvature.
If you just flew a plane straight.
If I flew a plane straight and didn't follow the curve, right? It didn't follow the curve.
Right, yeah, so let's just say you just drop. You should be at. So 3964 is at 0.26 minus 3963. Yeah, you should be from that point. Again, you have to be careful where you're measuring that point.
I'm measuring from here straight down towards the center of the Earth.
Well, no. I'm saying that distance is from the surface to the point that you're at, the 1.2615 miles.
See here?
Yeah.
Right, because I went out straight. I didn't follow the curve, so now I'm up in the air.
That's what I'm saying.
If an airplane didn't curve, it would fly out into space.
Right, but what I'm saying is,
you know what's kind of strange too? His cope of, well, what I'm saying is, or you have to be careful, you have to be clear. Is everybody noticing this? Like his copes to try to police the language to divert away from his incomprehension and cowardice. I mean, he's done this multiple times now. And this cope, you don't see this in other conversations or presentations by Shiva. That's the thing. Again, I admit I was biased in part 1 and some of part 2 until he started gaslighting Dave by pretending Dave wasn't being very clear. I mean, Dave couldn't be any more clear about everything he has said. Even now, Shiva moved the goalpost to if you're flying a plane. Because notice, the conversation was about the mountain and how much of the mountain. I mean, let's go back here. So it was about the mountain. And then as soon as it, now I don't know if Shiva's being dishonest here. Is Shiva being dishonest to where as soon as he understood what Dave was getting at, he immediately moved the goalpost to airplane? Instead of, because the topic here was how much should you be seeing of a mountain? Is it supposed to be below the curvature? And he immediately moved the goalpost to flying. Did everybody see that? So, Chin Chin says, I hope your chakra has been restored to banish Shiva. No, but I mean, we're examining his psychological copes here. He completely moved the goalpost and diverted, I mean, this would also be a red herring logic fallacy, to, oh, well, if you're flying an airplane, this and that. The subject was how much of a mountain should be below the curvature. So then Dave starts talking about the curvature formula, and now Shiva thought he was talking about the flat Earth model, as if these why would you need calculations of curvature if the Earth is flat? I mean, this is just... I mean, it's kind of difficult to believe Shiva's being for real right now. I mean, he doesn't know the first step of the scientific method. He seems to have forgotten everything about first principles. And... I mean, and now he thought Dave was talking about the formula for the flat Earth model? Why would you need a formula to calculate curvature on a flat Earth, where there wouldn't be curvature beyond whatever natural features. So over water, there wouldn't be any. So, I mean, I don't know if he's faking. I mean, I really don't know what's going on here. This is kind of difficult to get through. But now it appears he kind of got the point of what Dave was getting at, and he immediately moved the goalpost to flying a plane instead of how much of the mountain should be below the curvature. So what is going on here? But at least we have to give him credit. At least he's not cowardly saying, oh, I don't care. I don't care about reality. Time out. Let's just go to the hypothesis. Because that's what he was doing for the first part of this encounter. Now it at least appears like he's engaging. He's not being a pure coward like he was for the first half of the interview. Aaron in the chat says, I think Shiva has realized that he can't mess with Dave and so is struggling to try and meet Dave's arguments. I mean, the fallacy spamming is incredible right here. I mean, absolutely incredible.
See here?
Yeah.
Right, because I went out straight. I didn't follow the curve, so now I'm up in the air.
That's what I'm saying.
If an
But what I'm
airplane
saying
didn't curve, it would fly out into space.
Right. But what I'm saying is you have to be very careful on the measurements. When you write your research methodology out, you have to write this very precisely, because in science, an experiment can be reproduced by anyone. You publish this, someone else should be able to go reproduce it.
Everyone can. It's been done 1,000 times. We have thousands of measurements.
I don't care about any of that. I want to do this from scratch. Okay. Because
Right.
That's what they were just doing. They were just doing the math from scratch. So he doesn't care about any experiments. He doesn't care about repeatable experiments and observations. He just said that's what it's about. Dave says, oh yeah, it's all been done. Now he doesn't care about what he just said. So he doesn't care about science at all. He doesn't care about reality. I mean, just the cope. I mean, this goof started spiraling hard. I mean, he keeps going with the cope, I don't care. He doesn't care about science. He doesn't care about reality. He doesn't care about having an intellectually honest conversation. I mean, what kind of goofery is this? I mean, wow. So he wants to go blank sheet while talking about the mantle and gravity. Now, if Dave had done it from blank sheet, and it's been reproduced many times, Shiva still doesn't care, even though that's what he's advocating? Can anybody make sense of this? Or is he so lost in his own goofery? He no longer knows what science even is. Is he really that lost in his own goofery?
I like going and proving stuff. Just go back. Okay. Go back. What I'm saying is, Dave, if you go back to the previous diagram.
I'm going. Go ahead.
Right. So if let's say you want to use a lake or flat plain somewhere. Okay. So if I start a plane straight and I just go straight, okay, and I just fly that plane straight, right? I don't even take off. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, the earth should drop out from underneath you if it's curved.
Right. So if I just go straight, okay, and taking into account, if I just go straight, meaning straight into that 100 mile on a flat surface, and I go 100 miles straight, I should be, if the earth is round, according to that, after 100 miles going straight, I should be 1.265 miles from the surface. That's what we're saying here.
That's what we're saying, yes. Now, do you know how planes stay level? They have a gyroscope on a 3-axis gimbal that spins up and holds rigidity in space.
That 100 mile on a flat surface, and I go 100 miles straight, I should be, if the earth is round, according to that, after 100 miles going straight, I should be 1.265 miles from the surface. That's what we're saying here.
That's what we're saying, yes. Now, do you know how planes stay level? They have a gyroscope on a 3-axis gimbal that spins up and holds rigidity in space. So as the plane turns, goes up and down, the gyroscope always stays level. It always stays level. It holds rigidity in space.
Actually, that doesn't really make any sense. Because even on a globe, okay, I guess, what is he trying to say here? If it flies, if the plane doesn't fly, if it just rolls 100, yeah. Well, was he talking about over the water? Because, I mean, obviously it would have to be flying. I mean, it's going to sink in the water. But he didn't, he's talking about being precise and clear, and he didn't say relative to the starting point explicitly. Maybe he said where it started. Where it started. Is that what he said? Maybe he said that. From the point of origin, from the starting point. If you kept track of that. Now, how long would it take? So he's at what speed? So how long would it take? Because that's kind of important. Because if it's rolling at 1 mile per hour, yeah, eventually, yes. But that's what, but, because obviously terrain is uneven, regardless of whether it's globe or flat. That's why Dave was bringing up the long-range photography over water. Because then you don't have to worry about the water, you know, water's not mountains. It's not bumping up and down. I mean, I don't know. Is Shiva genuinely struggling with this, or what's going on here? It's Flat Bob says, Bruce, I don't think he even knows what he's talking about. That would explain what's going on. That actually would explain what's going on here. That would explain it. He is, as he stated, lost in his own go free. Because if he doesn't even know what he's saying, and he just doesn't want to look bad, he's just terrified of me made to look foolish, and he's just talking for the sake of talking, then maybe this kind of makes sense. Yes. Then yes. Alright, well, let's continue here.
Based on their initial airport. If you flew halfway over the globe, the gyroscope would be vertical. It's not going to curve with you.
No, forget all of them. Let's just keep it simple, stupid principle. Okay, you get a flat surface of 100 miles, according to this hypothesis you're proposing. And if I were to just fly something straight,
yep.
Whoa. What hypothesis is Dave proposing? Dave is not proposing that the Earth is a particular size with a particular radius. That's not his hypothesis. So, I mean, is Shiva under the impression that Flat Earth Dave founded the globe model? And Flat Earth Dave was the one who announced the radius of the Earth? The radius, circumference, I mean, all of these things, the size of the globe. Is he under the impression that this is Dave's hypothesis? This doesn't make any sense.
If the Earth is round,
you'd end up in space. You'd be 80,000 feet in the air in 1 hour.
Well, I should be 1.2615, which is 5,000.
Oh, for just 100 miles, sure. Sorry.
Yeah. So let's just get that number right, which is 1.2615, 1.2615, 1.2615 times 5280, which is the number of feet in a mile. So you should be at, that's interesting, 666.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Is there a breakthrough here from Shiva? This is the first genuine emotion he's shown this entire time. Look at this. This is the first... Okay, it appears he's done zero... It appears he's never even thought about this topic ever. I think I have to retract my statement. I'm not sure he's watched a single Flat Earth video. He appears genuinely bemused here. Is this breaking through to Shiva? Is Shiva gonna write that off as coincidence? I mean, this is genuine emotion. Maybe he still has a soul left. This is genuine emotion for the first time on Shiva's face. Lord Zed says, this guy believes in Globe because the nanny left him and all he can think of is massive blue balls now. Flat Bob says, any argument that goes against his rhetoric gets turned into a blank sheet of paper, and thus I termed it the blank sheet of paper fallacy. I mean, this is kind of surprising. This is the first genuine, because he's been so cold and cowardly up until this point. This really looks like the first time ever he's appeared to make sense of globe Earth math.
Well, that's another thing, dude.
Okay, anyway, well, in this model, you should be at 6,660 feet above the ground. Okay, that's what we're saying.
Can I just show you a little side note? 6 times 6 times 600 is the circumference of the Earth. It curves at 0.666 inches per mile, 66.6 thousand miles per hour around the sun. 6 times 6 times 60 is it's just, and there's hundreds more of these. Okay, it's kind of weird.
I don't care about all that.
And he jumps back in programmed mode. So he doesn't care about a level of coincidence that's like winning the lottery multiple times. So it looks like he went full cognitive dissonance mode here. He's too mentally weak to comprehend the implications of that. I mean, that's quite coincidental. That's quite coincidental that the number of the beast, the satanic father of lies, Satan, of course, is the father of lies, it just happens to add up to the number of the beast. Not once, not twice, not thrice, but many times. And the goof doesn't care. I mean, what are the implications here? I mean, these are monumental implications for all of humanity, for this potential Illuminati hoodwink. And the goof doesn't care. Very revealing. Now, he appeared to kind of care when he did the calculation. Like, you saw genuine emotion on his face. Now there's none of it. None of it. That was just like a slight glimmer of whatever was left of this guy's soul post-MKUltra programming. That little crack in the programming that we saw. And now he's back to business where nothing will penetrate the brainwashing. Dave looks like he finds that funny that he doesn't care. Bob says, you know, for such a smart guy, he sure is dumb. I mean, I think it's more cowardice than actual stupidity, though. Because if he's too terrified to confront any of this information, that's not necessarily being dumb. That's just being cowardly.
Go ahead.
I care about actually doing an independent experiment. Go back.
Got it. Yeah.
So go back.
I'm going.
So just to be clear, if you apply that, and I file, now I have to be able to fly that plane in a flat thing. That's very important. Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's an interesting thing with gravity. Okay.
Gravity? I thought we were going blank sheet. I thought we were doing first principles. Now all of a sudden we're assuming gravity? We're assuming gravity all of a sudden on a blank sheet that has nothing on it except gravity? Where did gravity come from if he wants to go blank sheet first principle? Now, what Dave actually didn't have on that graph is that he just happened to be sitting under a tree in 1666 to watch the apple fall. The apple, was that the same apple that Eve took a bite out of due to her deception? But anyway, in the year 1666, Isaac Newton, this satanic occultist, just so happened to watch an apple fall, and then all of a sudden gravity's a thing? Big G? I mean, how did that make its way onto the blank sheet? What happened to first principles, Shiva Ayyaduirai? Whatever happened to first principles? I guess Shiva's no longer wants to go first principle. He no longer wants to go blank sheet. I mean, this is just beyond cowardice. I mean, this is pure hypocrisy at this point. Hypocrisy, projection. I mean, I mean, this is tough. Anybody want to take any bets if we're going to make it through the interview this time? I mean, I don't know.
Can I show you an example of a pilot that did a
no, I don't want to go there yet. I just want.
He doesn't want to go there, even though he just brought it up, because he's the one that brought up the airplane. Dave did not bring up flying the airplane. Dave was talking about mountains over a body of water. Shiva brought up the airplane. Talks about, oh, it has to be so anybody can do it. Dave starts talking about people that actually did it, the observation, but he doesn't care about that, and he doesn't want to go there. So, like, everything he's advocating to do, if it's already been done, why would he not care? And it doesn't make any sense. I mean, none of this really makes any sense. I don't know if I'm fully prepared to say that Shiva's just acting stupid here. He genuinely might not even comprehend what he's trying to say or what Dave is saying. Or, if we give him more credit, he realizes how Dave is exposing him, and he's too cowardly to engage honestly. He has to cope with these I don't care, I don't want to go there. Time out, let's be clear. Those are his copes. He's established those copes. Now, if we're going first principle scientific method, I mean, he doesn't want to go to step 1 of the scientific method, observation. He doesn't want to go to step 1 of the scientific method, this alleged man of science. He doesn't want to go there, and he doesn't care about step 1 of the scientific method. I mean, this is unprecedented.
I just want to intellectually understand this in my own. I don't want to see any other data. I'm looking at it. Clean sheet of paper.
Okay.
You and I are putting together an experiment. The hypothesis is if I file 100 miles, are you all set? Okay. If you just file something very flat on a flat surface, and you're proposing after 100 miles of flight, and we should figure out how fast you should fly, right? We should write all this down. Okay.
Yep, we've done it.
Yeah. But it should be a very simple experiment that anyone can execute, and it can be reproduced. Reproducibility, reproducible predictions, Dave, is a definition of evidence in science.
We've done it. We have pilots that all
done it, but I'm saying, wait, stop. Because, I come from this institution on the street. If we were to lay out an experiment, I would say, let's go do this at this location, do this, this, and this, and this, like a formula.
Let's do
And
it.
any MIT nerd, any physicist should be able to do that experiment independent of you or I, and they should get the same result. So according to this, they should get a result of 6,660 feet.
Correct.
They should be above this flat area. Agreed?
Correct.
Okay, so let's just stop right there. Just stop right there, okay? Where is a place? We don't even need to go 6,660 feet. You can go much shorter than that, you know? Where is a place that you propose that this experiment should be done?
What, flying an airplane straight and level? They do it every day. Every single flight flies straight and level.
Okay, that was funny. Because I don't think Shiva realizes how dumb he sounds. Like, the level of goofer, he says, time out, I don't care about that. If this has already been done a million times and continues to be done every second, well, I mean, what is Shiva not comprehending here? Like, for example, if someone has some kind of theory, oh, you drop something in water, it's going to splash. And Shiva's like, no, I don't care about that. Like, let's lay it out precisely. And then when you're like, no. I mean, people have thrown all sorts of objects and they splashed. I mean, they've done it indoors, they've done it out. And she was like, no, I don't care about that. We have to make an experiment that anybody can replicate. But it's already been replicated. Every time you throw something in water, it splashes. And Shiva just keeps going, well, in science, we have this and that. As if but the thing is, what's kind of interesting, though, he's not necessarily denying the splash. It's kind of weird, because he's not saying whether it is or isn't. He's just not caring that it's been done a million times. I mean, this is a very unique goofery here. I haven't seen anything quite like this before. Flat Bob, it wasn't muted, it was just frozen. The stream froze. Nothing was lost anywhere. Okay. Lord Zed says, if this guy was on the nanny too, I'd never have missed an episode. He's hilarious. Can you imagine Shiva on the nanny? Is this going to be the competition for was it Mr. Sheffield? Was that his name? It's Mr. something with an S, I think. Was it Sheffield? I don't remember. Aaron says Shiva's stalling by forcing the setup as a formal experiment overseen by him. He has time to go back and do the research that he should have done already. Yeah, but it's dumber than that. Because if this is because he picked the airplane. If that's what airplanes are always doing every second, then that's what it is. Just like, if you drop an object in water and it splashes, and it's being done constantly, and anybody can do it anytime, and he's saying, no, and he starts talking about, all these diversion fallacies. It's just, it's so goofy. I mean, how does he not realize that makes him look so dumb?
You look at all the flight data.
No, not they. I'm saying you and I, and we get.
So we get a private jet.
People.
Every single flight flies straight and level. Airplanes fly over the Earth plane. They do not nose. Their nose up 2-3 degrees the whole time. So as you're flying over this ball, how are you going around the ball with the nose always up?
Well, that's kind of a minus for Dave, because that's a false premise. That's a false premise fallacy, because it's kind of like it's almost like kind of like a boat, or it depends on the design of the craft. Because the design could be whatever, or even like a car. A car can have an upward or downward curving hood. It's still going to move the way it's going to move regardless of the design. Now, I realize even if the design is 180 degrees and it's tilted, depending on what kind of propulsion technology it's using, it could go up or down at a tilt. Kind of like a drone. Some drones kind of sort of do that. Like those some of those performance drones that do the flips and stuff, the design could be like they could be tilted but still moving forward and down while tilted up, etc. So yeah, that's not really that might be that's a non-congruent argument. Is it false premise? It's mostly false premise. Could also be a hasty generalization, logical fallacy by assuming that craft can't be tilted in a certain position while directionally moving in another direction. Aaron says Shiva likely knows that gyros maintain their orientation in space, so he's trying to reconcile that with the airplane's hypothetical motion over the globe. Maybe. I mean, are we giving him enough credit to think that that's what he's really thinking? I mean, I don't know. I really can't tell too much now. I mean, he's so lost in his goofery. Is he really just trying to save face and stall? Or is he just so lost in his own goofery he doesn't even know what he's saying, and the intention to not look stupid is fallen by the wayside?
Right, but David, I don't care about all that. I'm just talking about an experiment that can be reproducible,
Right.
that any idiot can do.
Right, I got it. This is one that any idiot can do. Let me just finish this, okay?
Yep.
So I rounded down because they always, refraction, things refract up.
Yeah, but where are you choosing the location? I want to write down this research.
This is just a frozen lake. We've done it over Lake Balaton.
Where?
This one, I don't know exactly where this one is. I forget, but we have a whole bunch of ones we did. We did a 26-mile laser test over Lake Balaton, and it showed no curvature. And the curvature of 26 miles is far more than this, right? But these are rounded down, giving the globe every benefit of the doubt. So what does this mean? So if we look, if the Earth is flat, it means the camera's here, and it could see all of these lights, and they all line up. If the Earth is a globe, at 6 inches, the horizon should be about a mile away. So then you have the tangent of the Earth. And all of these are refracting up the perfect amount to appear to be at this tangent.
That's actually a really great graphic here. Let's make it a little bigger. This graphic is excellent here. Just to understand the concept, the level of coincidence. So this would be the post hoc logical fallacy that a lot of scientism goofs cling to desperately to explain away why, no matter what the distance or no matter what the alleged curvature should be, regardless, everything always comes up magically. Like the refraction has some kind of magical built-in intelligence to always refract at the exact height that it would be on a flat Earth. That's kind of interesting. It's kind of coincidental. I mean, the level of coincidence for that. No matter the distance, no matter the size, it always magically refracts to where it should be if the Earth is flat. And we'll see if Shiva is going to remain cowardly here or honestly engage with that point. That's an interesting point. Again, I'm not sure what that means. If it's a globe, it would be a much, 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 much larger globe for that to occur.
That's what you have to believe if you believe the Earth is curved, that they're refracting up and they're tricking you. They don't refract higher. They refract up to the exact level of the tangent of this viewer. That's what you have to believe. That's crazy. The reason you can't figure it out is not because you're stupid. It's because it's stupid, right? The globe is the dumbest thing ever. Once you understand what you've been believing your whole life and have never questioned.
Yeah, what I'm saying, Dave, is there needs to be an actual specific location.
I mean, now he's just behaving kind of like a 4-year-old that was told to go to bed and he doesn't want to go to bed. So he just completely ignored everything Dave just said. It's like he's too cowardly to even spend an honest moment thinking about what Dave just said. He doesn't find that interesting at all? Or is Shiva a flat earther here and he already believes it and he's just trying to get Dave to come up with an experiment? And to appear credible to the other Scientism Globers, he's just acting this way? I floated this theory in the previous episode, but... Dr. Law 0206 says, Shiva isn't listening at all during this interview. So sad. I think he might have listened, but he was too mentally weak and cowardly to think it through all the way. So he listened. He maybe... Yeah, it's kind of tough. I think this is all cope. I think his ego was definitely triggered. At the beginning, he was so terrified of being made to look dumb by a flat earther. Now it looks like it just might be good old-fashioned cognitive dissonance and mental weakness. So if he's too mentally weak to comprehend the implications of what Dave just said, then his cope is just to revert to what he was saying back. I don't care about this. Timeout. Blank sheet. What I'm saying, Dave, what I'm saying is we need an experiment. Forget the damn experiment. Do you care? Do you care about the concept? Again, the mark of an educated mind is to consider a concept or idea as true without believing it. So we're not talking about even believing it. We're just talking about honestly thinking about a concept and its implication. He's that cowardly and mentally weak he can't even do that? Aaron says, I think you're right about Cope, Bruce. He's scrambling to come up with something, anything to stall. He's just reverting to what he's been saying, to what he thinks he knows. Like he's going with his comfort cope. This is his comfort cope, the scientific method, but his hubris has caught him because he doesn't even remember what the scientific method is. So he's going to his comfort cope, his blankie, but it's been so long since he's had to snuggle with the blankie, he forgot what the blankie even was, and his hubris won't allow him to even re-examine his own idea of the blankie. So, yeah. Welcome, Pinto Sack. Raised by Jib, she says peer pressure. Yeah, I mean, let's see how far we can get. I'm already getting... I mean, Shiva's been exhausting me more than anybody. Like, I don't know if anybody has exhausted me to this level. I mean, even Destiny, with his verbal diarrhea stream of fallacies and his, his school of vegetative debate isn't as bad as this.
Yeah.
An actual set of steps
Sure.
that everyone agrees to in a scientific methodology. You're saying, if you go back, you say, we are going to move an object 100 miles in this direction. And after it moves the object 100 miles in this direction, we are saying that its distance from the surface of the Earth needs to be 6,660 feet.
Which it
That's
won't be. But they never. No, but here's the problem. They won't be.
I would have also just flat out asked Shiva, do you know what falsification is? Like, I would have asked Shiva, what do you think the Earth is a heliocentric globe? And are you familiar with the concept of falsification? Because if this is the heliocentric globe theory, what happens when you falsify aspects of this theory? What are the implications? I would have just asked Shiva this question. He probably would have said, I don't care. I don't care about all that. I don't care about science. I don't care about reality. Let's talk about me not understanding the order of the scientific method instead. And blank sheets.
And they claim that gravity is pulling you around the curved air of the Earth. Okay? That's not the case at all. An example would be this, right? The faster you go, the faster things curve. So here's the new SR-72 Blackbird, right? This thing goes 4,000 miles per hour. 4,000 miles per hour, right? So if it flies out and it's 6,000 miles out to here, right? 4,000 miles per hour, the drop would be 4,000 miles, right? So that means it's dropping at 1 mile per second. The SR at the speed that it flies over the course of an hour, it has to drop at 1 mile per second, which is faster than free fall. What would happen to anyone on this plane if it's curving faster than free fall?
That's not true. You have to do the inertial, you have to calculate the inertial system on that plane. That's not true because that's
1
in its
hour, it drops
Dave,
4,000 miles.
Own relative. No, that's in its own relative.
Now we're getting to the usual copes. It's all relative. Relativity. So he's never seen Runzi Cow's debunk of relativity. So, but ironically, this is the relative. Dave is talking about the SR-71 relative to the Earth's surface. So, and notice these coping goofs, when they get triggered and start coping, they never actually explain what relative, what exactly is relative in this example. And how would it differ? See, this is why dependent variables, independent variables, and controls are important. Because by invoking the magic of relativity, you don't have to explain anything. You don't show the dependent, independent variable, and control. Because without the control, how do you know that it's relativity itself that's causing whatever discrepancy he's hallucinating is making up for this difference in the first step of the scientific method, or the falsification of a particular theory? Like, does he even know what the word falsification means? Because he hasn't shown anything here that he does. But I did notice that. And was it Einstein himself who said if you can't explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough? So crying it's all relative when goofery is exposed is an example of what not to do by Mr. Relativity himself. Because if you can't simply explain how relativity and it's all relative explains this kind of discrepancy or falsification, then you shouldn't be invoking the magic word relativity, should you? Flat Bob says, Shiva's argument so far is, I don't care about that. We need an experiment. We need a blank sheet of paper and gravity. Well, whatever happened to first principles? Where's relativity come into the equations in first principles? I mean, I've never said this before, but I would have wanted to do this conversation with Shiva. Because I would have asked him, what happened to first principles? If you're talking about gravity, the mantle curvature, you're talking about it's relative. That's not first principle. Where's relativity come from? On a blank sheet of paper, where is there room for relativity on a blank sheet? A blank sheet doesn't have anything on it. That's what makes it blank. I mean, this is one of the few encounters where I actually would have liked to have this conversation with Shiva. Because I also want to know what does he believe, if anything. Because I'm not claiming anything's true or untrue. But what does Shiva actually believe the heliocentric globe model as advertised in government textbooks?
No, that's in its own relativistic frame. Okay.
Right. Sure.
So you can't go there because you're gonna screw yourself.
And there's the projection. You can't go there because you're going to screw yourself, while laughing at himself. That was the first time he flat out laughed. He smiled when he saw the 666. This is his first flat out laugh. I think not only his subconscious, I think his conscious mind actually recognized what just happened and how he coped. And by invoking magical relativity, that's how you screw yourself, which he just did. So the projection is on point. The facade has been cracked. Look at his face here. He's no longer angry and cowardly. The projection cope has exposed his own goofery. He just realized he screwed himself by invoking relativity.
I'm just saying you need to make this experiment, if you want to do this, so simple that anyone can do it, any school kid can do it, and they all should get the same data. So that would be my recommendation.
Well, how is a school kid going to do this?
I don't have a skin in the game. I don't have any skin in the game here.
Well, but here's the thing. The thing is, there's so much evidence that the Earth is not curved. There's so much evidence that you can't have high pressure next to no pressure without a container, right? When pilots are coming into an airport, they say, okay, we're about 125 miles out. They figure out how much they have to drop per minute to get to the airport, right?
Yeah, Dave, I've heard all this. What I'm saying is,
you've heard this
stuff. No, what I'm saying is I've heard all of this stuff. My point is that still missing among this community is a proposed experiment that everyone agrees to.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't understand what falsification means. Because if somebody's advocating that the invisible flying spaghetti monster needs to be paid taxes, and a community comes out and says, wait a second, they say the invisible flying spaghetti monster's here, but we had some hot air balloons, you know, this helicopter went up, and it didn't, and you know, they were shooting something, and it didn't hit the invisible flying spaghetti monster. Like, there was no actual evidence of it. And Shiva's going to say, well, hold on. What's missing in this community is an experiment that shows that the invisible flying spaghetti monster isn't real. Like, it's like he doesn't understand the concept of falsification. I mean, it's like, is this, I mean, I'm hesitant to call it mental disability, but, I mean, this is supposedly a really brilliant man. Does he not, I would have just, I don't know why Dave didn't ask, do you not understand what falsification is? You don't need to come up with an experiment to falsify something. I mean, similarly, if we turn this into true crime, you know, like, so the prosecution said that Mr. X, you know, killed this individual. Now, Mr. X is actually on video on a different continent, and the you know, whatever blood sample they took didn't match. So Shiva would argue, well, they need to come up with an experiment to show that all of this is valid, because they've just falsified the prosecution's case. But Shiva doesn't understand falsification. So there's just a problem with the entire defense community. Like, they need to come up with an experiment. Who cares about falsification? He just doesn't understand falsification. And he's just, I mean, that's really what this is. I mean, I would have just asked Shiva, do you understand what falsification is? What do you believe is the true model of the Earth? Do you have any evidence for it? Because he keeps shifting the burden of proof on Dave. He keeps fallaciously just spamming these copes and shifting the burden of proof.
I have
write
one.
it up like a scientific paper. No, go back to the one you just said. That's
which one?
It's the one you just said. You fly for 100 miles, and then after that, you check the distance. It should be 6,660 feet.
But what happens when it's not?
Well, if the experiment works, that means you're wrong.
So no. If you fly 100 miles and you're not 6,600 feet, does that mean the Earth is flat?
If you're proposing that you make a hypothesis, let's follow the science. That's why I started this conversation.
Yeah.
Let's follow a rubric that we all agree to, whether you're on this side or that side. This is how science gets done.
Right.
Okay. So if you followed that, so you would write hypothesis. It's like third grade.
Sure.
2. This is the methodology I'm.
It's actually well before third grade. And hypothesis is not number 1. You have to observe first, something Shiva's too cowardly to do. And he keeps interrupting whenever Dave tries to do step 1. Hypothesis is not step 1. No matter how many times Shiva pretends it is. And it's kind of funny when he adds these comments. Oh, it's third grade. Like, this is actually preschool here. Or, or, you know, preschool, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, and he still doesn't know it. I mean, can Shiva ever recover from this performance here? Who thinks he's actually going to watch this? I mean, this is just so embarrassing. I mean, this is crazy.
Proposing. And the methodology, as Mr. Gerald Walker, my 9th grade teacher, said, has to be written very explicitly. Great teacher.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Step 1, step 2, step 3. This is where we go. This is what you do. This is the machinery we use. You have to. This is the beaker we use. Everything. You have to write it down very explicitly, so everyone can reproduce it. And you have to write it down very. Okay, if we're going to fly a drone, it has to be this drone.
Can I run it by you? Can I run by your methodology here? Here's my hypothesis. We start a plane out here, and we're on the salt flats or wherever. You know, we have 100 miles of.
No, but what I'm saying, Dave, is
my hypothesis is that I fly 100 miles, and if the Earth is a globe, I should be 6,600 feet in the air. If I fly straight and level, okay.
Yeah.
But when I'm not, that matches the flat Earth model. So now what do we do?
Well, now you have an experimental piece supporting your hypothesis.
Wow, I might have to take back every positive thing I said about Shiva. He doesn't understand that the burden of proof is on positive claims. He doesn't understand falsification. A hypothesis isn't that there's a negative to prove. The claim was made by the establishment, similarly to GMOs are safe. There's a claim made here. The burden of proof, now obviously you can prove a negative. It's not that you can't, but that's not where the burden of proof is. He doesn't understand the concept of falsification. You know what would have been hilarious? If Dave had like a team and they actually, if his 9th grade teacher was still alive, if they just got him on the phone then and there, they patched him through. And so he could send Shiva straight on what step 1 is. How hilarious would that be? Who would have wanted to see Shiva's face when his 9th grade teacher came in and said, Shiva, why did you completely and utterly disgrace me and the very bedrock of all science in not understanding that step 1 is observation, not hypothesis? I mean, I would have just genuinely liked to see his face if they somehow got his 9th grade teacher on webcam to come in. I would have really wanted to see Shiva's, like, how would his ego handle that? I mean, what is everybody's guess? Would he just exit the chat immediately? Would he run away crying? Would he sputter and stutter? I mean, how can you recover from that? Like, would he genuinely remain on this call? Like, what is what are the options to recover from that? He just spent an hour humiliating himself, not understanding step 1. Like, how does he recover from it? Does he even try to recover? Or does he just run away? Let's do a poll. What does everybody think? Alright, so poll is up here. Let's see what everybody thinks. How would Shiva have responded to his teacher correcting him on the scientific method? So, of course, 2 triggered answers an option. So, apologize and I guess somehow continue the conversation. I don't know how he would do that. Run away or get angry and melt down. So far, it's an even split. Okay, Runaway is in the lead now. Like, how do you respond to that on something so big, especially if his teacher came on with like a preschool textbook or worksheet or whatever, or even his 3rd grade, 9th grade textbook? If the teacher showed up with a textbook open to the scientific method showing step 1 observation, like, what recovery is possible after he spent this whole time talking about how he's this MIT engineer, etc., etc.? Yeah, Runaway is in the lead, or Get Angry and Melt Down is 2nd place. I mean, I really don't see him humbly apologizing. I mean, I just don't see it. I also don't really see him melting down. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, it seems like I just don't understand how he could recover from that. Is recovery possible? Now it's an even split between Runaway and Get Angry and Melt Down. I mean, maybe a melt. For some reason, I think running away is really the only option. Because, I mean, how do you recover from that? Heracles says he would say, I don't have time for that. It would be funny if he says, I don't care about that. Even though that's what he's discussing. Let's go back to the scientific method. And then his teacher would be yelling at him, this is the scientific method, you idiot. Oh, man. Can you imagine how viral that would have been if that happened? That would have made this funny. That would have made this less painful. All right, it's an even split between Runaway and Get Angry and Melt Down. Let's continue. Flat Bob says he would tell the teacher to get a blank sheet of paper. I'm telling. Oh man, this is so painful.
Sure.
Now,
every single flight every day does that.
I don't want to hear that. I want what I'm saying is, if you
now the narcissism is showing. I don't want my scientism delusions shattered. I don't want to be made to look like an utter fool like I've been making to look this entire time. And then he starts stuttering. And his narcissism is showing too. I don't care about that. I don't want to hear that. I. He made something that's supposed to be about objective science all about himself and his own cope.
You want me to help facilitate this, I will.
That'd be awesome.
I'm saying that why don't we get, and I'll sponsor it right here in Cambridge. I have a big office here.
Okay.
Big room. We can hold a conference. Okay. Let's bring 20 people physicists from MIT, Harvard, right here. I'll call a bunch of people up. You bring 20 people.
Okay.
I'll help chair this meeting.
I mean, it's almost astounding, the level of narcissism to make it all about him and his facilitation. Look, maybe items really don't splash when they're thrown into water. Well, let's get some MIT physicists to come up with an experiment that can demonstrate whether or not objects splash when thrown into water. Because clearly, I mean, it doesn't matter that it's been done billions of times. I mean, that doesn't matter. We need to do a conference about this. We need to get 30 people from both sides, and we need to agree to steps to throw an object in water to see if it splashes. I mean, the level of gophery here. I would have just asked him, have you heard of the Michelson-Morley experiment? What do you think about it? Have you heard of the Bedford level water experiment? What do you think about it? Have you heard of Airy's failure? Like, what do you think about all these experiments that have already been done? Like, the level of narcissism here is really getting off the charts. Now, all of a sudden, he has to facilitate all of this? He's too cowardly to honestly have a discussion about anything, and he wants to set up conferences? He doesn't even have the capacity to spend 5 minutes honestly discussing concepts with Dave And he's all of a sudden he's setting up conferences?
And we'll use all the whiteboards I have right here in our big room.
Awesome.
Here.
Let's do it. Let's do it. That'd be awesome.
Oh, well, if they get to use the whiteboards, that changes everything. I didn't know he was going to offer the whiteboards. So, okay, now that whiteboards have entered the chat, this changes everything. I take back everything I said. He's going to allow them to use whiteboards. Okay, that changes everything. All of a sudden, Shiva appears competent now because he said they could use the whiteboards. I mean, this is a game changer. This is an absolute game changer. I mean, who could have thunk it? I mean, whiteboards? Wow. Wow.
And we will propose this experiment, and everyone go around the room and agree to the exact experimental dynamics, exact equipment, everything, how we'll measure everything. Okay? So we have to agree to that experiment. All right.
That's one experiment.
Let's just start there.
Okay.
Let's just start there. Let's just do one fucking experiment, right? Okay. That everyone agrees to. And then we go do that experiment, and you'll have,
But the world was a different place when I was a girl.
Yes, they thought it was flat.
But the world was a different place when I was a girl.
Yes, they thought it was flat.
That's the closest I could find to the nanny flat earth joke. Lord Zed, that one was for you, Lord Zed. Although, look at the nanny's expression here. Is she betraying something here? Because she's not laughing at this joke. Look at her face. It's almost kind of like a wink, wink, nod, nod, because she's not laughing. Because usually she's laughing whenever a joke is made at the expense of that blonde lady. She looks pretty serious at that joke, doesn't she? I mean, look at that face, though. Look at that face. That doesn't that face betray something? It's that's great because she's always laughing whenever that blonde lady's being made fun of. She laughs, but look at this face and expression at that particular joke.
Proposing you do 20 iterations of that experiment. On each team, you have a flat earther and an MIT physicist, okay?
Okay.
or non-flat earther. And so therefore everyone's checking each other, and everyone's supposed to follow that protocol that we all agreed to in my room here in Cambridge to the letter. And if someone doesn't, that data gets thrown out, because that means someone's trying to violate the agreed upon manifesto of how to do this research.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Oh, no. Let me. This is not. No. Wait. There's no problem.
Okay.
So if everyone agrees, you agree, and Jim Williams, who's the head of the physics department of MIT, agrees. You guys both agree to our mechanics department. Okay.
I mean, I'm pretty much done here. I mean, I've had this is about as much as Shiva I could take. Oh man, we're gonna have to be coming back for another part here. But Shiva Ayyaduirai here is spamming appeal to popularity. Who cares who agrees to what? Either the experiment has dependent independent variables and controls, or it doesn't. It doesn't matter how many people agree to that. That's the whole point of science. It's an objective methodology. Agreeing has nothing to do with anything. Oh, man. Lord Zed, how did you find that? I got skills, man. I got skills. I can bring up receipts pretty darn fast. Yeah, I mean, I've about stomached all I can from Shiva Ayyaduirai in this sitting. Aaron says Shiva's trying to spread the inevitable embarrassment around to other researchers, but also look how he name dropped that guy, as if to feed his own ego and narcissism. Oh, he's buddy with this guy, head of physics, MIT, blah blah blah. He doesn't even know that gravity is. I mean, Walter Lewis, does he know Walter Lewis? You would think he would. I mean, that's another MIT physics professor, so you would think he would, but he's just this utterly clueless about electric forces. I mean, wow. Okay. Yeah, I mean, again, my apologies. I am a mere mortal. There is only so much goofery I can take in single sittings, although it is stunning. If somebody had asked me who I could stomach longer, like goofs like Destiny, Craig, McToon, I would have never thought I could stomach their goofery longer than Shiva's. I mean, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Oh, man. All right. Well, that's a wrap for part 4 here. We're going to have to finish this. I'm not even sure we're going to be able to finish this in one more sitting. Who called the 10-part who called that this would be 10 parts? I forgot who it was in the chat. Somebody called that this would be 10 parts. So, yeah, we'll be back for more. I mean, I'm really trying to finish this up. I don't want to really do other podcasts until we get done with this, because now it's like, it's an exercise of glutton for punishment. But I just want to get through this. I just want to get this done. But obviously, we have to be comprehensive in typical Mindshock fashion. Flat Bob says he was the one that called the 10-part. Man. Aaron says, I had a cousin who was at MIT in the same general field as Shiva. Too bad he died a few years ago, so I can't nail him about Shiva. Now, here's the thing. I still think Shiva was probably really brilliant until his encounter with the nanny. I mean, I don't know. Lord Zed says, we need to find out more about the so-called nanny. I wonder if that entire TV series was MK Ultra and Illuminati propaganda. We have to do a deep dive into that show. I actually really did not like that show when it was on. My jam was more Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, which was also very, very devious. Very, very devious Illuminati propaganda, which we need to do a deep dive into that show. I liked watching that show at the time. But, the nanny was definitely not one that I watched. I saw it on in the background a couple times. I've maybe seen, I don't think I've seen more than 5 full episodes. Probably not even 5. I think I might have seen the pilot and 1 or 2 random episodes in full duration, maybe. And then mostly just on in the background in various places throughout the 90s. So yeah, I mean, Home Improvement and The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air were pretty much the only sitcoms that I did, I think. I don't think I really watched any other sitcom. I'm trying to think. I really didn't like Full House. Just seemed dumb. I know a lot of people are going to get mad about that one. So, Urkel, Family Matters, little bit. Yeah, that was kind of like a show I didn't mind. Wasn't too crazy about it. Hated Seinfeld at the time that it was on. Watched a lot of it maybe 5-10 years ago and thought it was pretty funny. But then I watched Owen Benjamin break it down, and it's a lot of Illuminati filth as well. Oh, Boy Meets World. Yeah, I saw a little bit of that. Yeah, that wasn't terrible, but I also think that was some kind of Illuminati propaganda as well. We need to do deep dives on all of these sitcoms. Sitcoms as a whole, I think, are pretty propaganda. Even Home Improvement, I know some people are going to find that blasphemous. Even Home Improvement actually pushed a lot of that Illuminati feminism filth. So anyway, hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the Mindshock podcast. You want to help support the podcast up, Logic and Reason, return to a world where it's quickly going extinct? You can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, like and share, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time. Welcome to Mindshock. This is your host, Bruce McGuire. And this is Shiva, Ayyaduirai vs. Flat Earth Dave, Part 5. Hopefully the conclusion, because who knows how much of this we can take. YouTube is being incredibly glitchy. I have no idea what's going on here. It's making multiple streams. Is everything working now? Is this live? If you were in the chat, just give me a confirm here, because I had to relaunch the entire stream. Because YouTube, apparently, the more money they get, the longer they exist, the glitchier they get. Everything used to work fine. I don't know how many years ago, but everything used to work fine. I don't know what happened. So, I gotta redo the links here just because YouTube's gonna YouTube. So let me just get it. Yeah, hello J-Rod, Billy, Labaddy. Okay. Yeah, no, I didn't start playing this yet. I'm just doing the intro. It's just a freeze frame right here. It's just a background. I didn't start playing the video yet. But I had another stream set up that apparently YouTube just decided to terminate for no reason. So then I had to reboot to go to this one. It wasn't any kind of violation or anything. It was just some kind of technical issue. So I just gotta update some of these links. Nothing's ever simple. You know what's kind of weird though? The people that bootlick the establishment, they seem to not really be having technical issues. Do they have technical issues? We should do a comparison on social media. How many authority-worshipping cultist bootlickers have technical issues versus non-authority-worshipping cultist bootlickers? Alright. So, okay, yeah, just gotta update the Patreon link, which, by the way, if you're not getting updates through YouTube, you can get them through Patreon. Okay. Huh. Oh, Patreon's kind of weird, too. Alright. Won't let you edit the link in posts. That is so weird. Okay, so just delete it. Make a new one. Okay. So hopefully we can finish this up here, because this was a particularly painful one, possibly one of the most painful flat earth encounters, let's call it. Flat earth encounters. We can't call this a debate. We definitely can't call this a debate by any stretch of the imagination. So, anybody have any thoughts on this so far before we jump in to finish this up? So, of course, Shiva Ayyaduirai. I don't know how he can ever recover from this. That's another thing, too. Like, how can Shiva recover from this performance in this encounter? I mean, is it possible? Is it possible? J-Rod says, you and Witsit seem to have it the worst. Never seen Andrew Wilson have these issues live. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Unless he has and he couldn't launch, but I mean, yeah, it'd be interesting if somebody asked him about that. He's kinda... Is he anti-establishment? Kind of, but he's still pro-Catholic Church, isn't he? So that's kind of an establishment. Some would actually say they're behind everything, depending on who you listen to. So, alright, well, welcome everyone to another edition of Mindshock Logical Analysis here. Hopefully you've checked out the previous 4 parts. If you want to help support the podcast, help logic and reason return to a world where it's quickly going extinct, you can donate to our PayPal. Check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. You could also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. Unless, of course, you are with us here live, then drop them in the live chat, and I'll try to get to each and every one of them. And just a reminder for any new people joining us, obviously this has nothing to do with whether the earth is flat or not. We are examining logical argumentation here. So let's pick up right where we left off, and we'll see if we could actually finish this one. Also, we have to keep in mind, it's very possible that the nanny MK Ultra'd this once brilliant man. It's very possible. That might explain a lot of things. So, let's continue here.
How to do this research.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Oh, no. This is not. No. Wait. There's no problem.
Okay.
So if everyone agrees, you agree, and Jim Williams, who's the head of the physics department of MIT, agrees. You guys both agree to our mechanics department. Okay. You both agree, and I can bring these people in. Everyone agrees, and we have two teams. Okay, 20 teams, and everyone goes to the exact same place with the exact same equipment, and then gathers the data. And everyone brings the data together, and we put it up on a whiteboard, and we look at it, and we publish it openly. We'll get a journal to accept it, okay? So now you have data.
Hold your horses there, Mr. Shiva Ayyaduirai. How are you going to get a journal to accept this? I mean, even if it's valid. I mean, he seems to be, in his narcissistic stupor, he seems to, he starts name-dropping people, saying, people have to agree. I mean, either the experiment is valid or invalid. What people agree on, I mean, this appeal to popularity logic fallacy, appeal to authority logic fallacy, these logical fallacies have nothing to do with the scientific method. It is what it is. Now, obviously, he doesn't know what it is, and he forgot step 1. But anyway, has he never heard of, like, the Bedford water experiment, the Bedford level water experiment? Has he never heard of the Michelson-Morley experiment? Airy's failure? But anyway, even if the experiment shows the flat earthers to be goofs, let's say the flat earthers are wrong, just for the sake of argument, I mean, would a so-called reputable journal publish it? Like, for what? And then obviously, if it shows the flat earthers being correct, what journal is going to publish that? So, I mean, that's an interesting point to just immediately gloss over. Oh, they'll publish it. Just the level of gophery here. What's up, Ethan W? Yeah, I mean, just the level of gophery here. The level of cowardice and gophery. This cowardice-flavored gophery that Shiva Ayyaduirai is bringing to the table. Wow, Elaine is not holding back in the chat here. Completely lost and complete a-hole. I couldn't believe what an idiot he was in this interview. Well, for me, it didn't start getting extremely bad until he started gaslighting Flat Earth Dave and pretending Flat Earth Dave wasn't being clear. I mean, I'm not sure it's possible to be more clear. Billy says Craig is a loser. Hey now, at least he brings the Dunning-Kruger stylings entertainment. At least he brings that. What does Shiva bring, other than migraine?
First paper, and maybe that's showing that agrees with your hypothesis. Everyone comes out to plus or minus 5%, 6,660 feet off the ground. It's published. Done. Now, people will say, great. Other people say, oh, you missed this. Let's say you're right. The people on the other side will say, oh, you missed this, 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 and this. We'll say, great. Come back. Let's meet again in Cambridge.
Yeah, I really don't know what to make of Shiva here. I mean, just the level of gophery here. Now, I think I coined the phrase here in this particular analysis, lost in his own gophery. I'm not sure I've ever said that before, but I had to say that here with Shiva. Because the time of you missed this and you missed this, a lot of that is going in, that even predates the construction of the hypothesis. Because what about observation, which Shiva's terrified of doing? Because Flat Earth Dave was actually trying to bring forth information. Oh, you missed this. Oh, Shiva on his blank sheet somehow has gravity on it? Well, Dave's like, wait a second, you missed electromagnetic forces. So Dave was trying to go into, oh, you missed this, you missed this, you missed this, just to save time. I really don't know what Shiva's doing here. What is this guy doing? I mean, none of this makes any sense. Elaine says, people who think in math, the materialists can't wrap their heads around anything that they can't break down into mathematical equations. But hold on a second. Dave brought the equations. And Shiva, he actually kind of started to do it. And then we even did a poll on whether or not he would take the equations to fruition. And then he started diverting. He started diversion fallacies instead of, because Flat Earth Dave, I mean, he was trying to make this point for over an hour now on the mountains being beyond the curvature or whatnot based on the math. But Shiva didn't even want to do the math. He pretended to at the beginning, and maybe he really did, I don't know. He seemed honestly curious that it came out to 666 feet. And then when Dave blew whatever was left of his mind with all of the other 666s that coincidentally come up in all the math and the Earth's motions and the alleged motions of the Earth in the universe, and then he completely ignored that, so I don't care about that. So it maybe he has a fractured psyche from the MK Ultra-ing by the nanny. So perhaps there was just like a flash, a little glimmer of sense and brilliance that he had once had in the distant past. And then that glimmer was gone, and now we're just left with this. Chilster Dluck says wasting time. Is he really just wasting time? So is he spinning his wheels to not allow Dave to humiliate him any further? Maybe. Maybe. Val in the chat says, please bring Tom Cohen on for a no logical fallacy debate. I have to obviously start working on the scheduling for that. I had 2 PhDs that wanted to do a flat earth debate that were willing to do the intro test. I have to get back to that. I'm still rebuilding the archive, obviously, but we will be getting to that at some point.
So if what you say is true, let's update. Now you do. So what's your hypothesis? They're going to say, well, that was wrong because of ... And we all meet again. We say, okay, that could be true. Then what experiment would you propose, or how would you advance this experiment to measure the anomaly you're saying?
Isn't that's really what Flat Earth Dave was trying to do this whole time and save time? And Shiva was just cowardly running away from it the entire time. Now he's all of a sudden advocating for discussion of observations and the discussions of the results of what alleged experiments proved or didn't prove. I mean, again, I don't know how Shiva can recover from this. Is it possible?
Great. Go out again. Do it again. Guess what? It still comes out to the same answers. Now you do that over and over and over again with this experiment, with one singular experiment, and you get data and same set of people to validate it. That's how science is done. I can say, this MV25 product where we mix 2 ingredients together lowers inflammation. Bullshit, right? Marketing. Well, I get these 2 ingredients. I find the exact dosages. I find exactly which molecular target it hits. And I prove it over and over again. I have the exact quantitative prediction. And then I test it in an environment, right? That's science. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a PhD out of MIT, if you're not. If the data proves the hypothesis, that is what you have to suck up to.
That's kind of interesting phrasing. Suck up to as opposed realizes reality. Suck up to as in bootleg. So again, it seems like Shiva's just, he doesn't even know what the topic of discussion here is. It seems like someone told him this was maybe like a middle school classroom and he needs to explain what science is. I mean, obviously everybody knows that. Well, Shiva actually doesn't know the scientific method. He blundered it time and time again. He claimed to want to follow first principles and then and have a blank sheet of paper. Then all of a sudden the mantle curvature, gravity, relativity somehow made its way on the paper when Dave was literally doing what he's talking about now. Discussing, what was missed in this idea or that idea. I mean, just this kind of goofery, narcissism, and cowardice all mixed together. We haven't quite seen anything like it, and that's a good thing, because this is headache-inducing. I mean, this is just flat out painful. She was not even being funny here. I mean, someone in the chat before said they thought this was kind of funny. I mean, I guess, if it's your if this type of goofery is your thing, but coward goofery was never my thing. I mean, I prefer Craig style. I prefer so-called Professor Dave. I mean, even Simon Dan in his Dunning-Kruger spirals is kind of funny in certain doses. I mean, the Dave McKagan's kind of tough. I mean, his brand of mental disability and vegetative goofery debate, I mean, that's not that funny. But I'm a big fan of Craig of Fight the Flat Earth. How can anyone not like Craig?
So that's what I propose.
Yeah,
because that's what I said.
No, I got it. So just jumping forward, we do this. We do take these flights. They do not end up 6,600 feet because there's 10,000 flights every single day that don't do that. So now we have that data. We did it ourselves. Forget all the commercial flights, all the private flights.
20 people do it. 20 people do it with two teams.
Yeah.
One who are pro flat Earth, anti flat Earth.
And
what's curious here? This is a big reveal here. This is kind of a this is I don't know if I would call it a Freudian slip, because it's not really a slip, but it's a framing. The framing here, it can't be truth seekers. It can't be people that aren't on either side. It can't be people that are undecided. It has to be two teams of pro and anti-flat earthers. In Shiva's deranged mind, whatever's left of it here, this once brilliant man, whatever's left of his mind, there's actual scientists, actual curious truth seekers who don't assume something is true or untrue just because some corrupt establishment said so. They're not allowed here. It's only teams of pro-flat earthers, anti-flat earthers. That's all that's allowed, according to Shiva Ayyaduirai. I mean, this is very revealing in the way that he phrased that. So clearly, this is not a man of science here.
we're all going to agree that it's not going to end up 6,600 feet.
No. The next step we do, Dave, once we get that data, we go find a applied physics journal and we publish it.
Yeah. Good luck with that. No, I get it.
No, if the data is there, I'll help you get it published. Okay. I know how to write these papers.
Right.
And if
he knows how to write flat Earth papers. How many flat Earth papers has he written and gotten published? I really don't know what to make of him here. Is he really does he lack this much awareness that he thinks a physics journal is going to publish a flat Earth experiment regardless of the result? Like, even if, let's say, it proves that the Earth is a globe, they're going to waste in their minds, right? It's a waste of time to publish something that's so easily established. You know, if you do some kind of basic study on something that's already clearly known and obvious, nobody's going to publish it. Why would they publish it? Does this goof think they have infinite pages to publish? Why would they publish something that is supposedly so easily verifiable and has been known for thousands of years. Why? I mean, it's kind of weird, like the lack of awareness, regardless of the result. Like, I mean, obviously, if it goes against the establishment, how is it getting published? But let's say it doesn't. Let's say just for the sake of argument, let's say the heliocentric globers are correct. Who's gonna like? Why would they publish that? I mean, just. I mean, that's kind of like the first really funny thing he said.
There's many journals, and you publish it. Here's the data, and we do a video on it. Okay.
Sure.
That would be taking it out to the community, and then people have to attack the paper, find out what the flaws were. They'd have to attack the MIT guys and you guys.
Okay, I'm starting to come around on the entertainment value here. This goof is alleging that MIT physicists are going to have nothing better to do than to do these flat Earth experiments. Go through all this work to get them published in a journal. And let's say somehow it gets published. All of these reputable professionals are going to spend time on this flat Earth experiment. They don't even do that for certain medical studies on certain I mean, we don't even get into specifics, obviously this is YouTube, but even when something is published, somehow gets published, because not everybody's evil. Obviously there are legitimate studies, maybe not a lot, but there are some, and even if they show that the establishment position was false, how often does anybody even engage with them? They're not covered on the news. Nobody's even trying to debunk them. They pretend they don't exist. That's the MO on the establishment side. So Shiva thinks all these high-ranking quackademics from MIT and all these allegedly reputable institutions are actually going to be spending time refuting the... Okay, this is kind of funny. This has moved into a little bit more amusement here. I'll give Shiva some brownie points for saying something so utterly goofy that it made me laugh.
Okay,
I got
because
it. I know the argument, though. They're gonna proclaim that the pendulous veins in the gyros are accounting for the curvature of the Earth. But the problem is,
Dave, stop, time out.
Yeah.
Dave is literally engaging with the scientific process that Shiva's been describing, and every time Dave does, he's like, time out, I don't care about that. Stop, I don't care about that. Every time Dave tries to engage with actual science and scientific discussion, Shiva calls time out and then talks about how, science should be done this particular way, and then Dave tries to do it, and he calls time out on it. Okay, this is actually kind of getting funny, I have to say. This level of goofery, he's moved the needle into the slightly amusing category.
When we meet, remember, step 1, hypothesis, step 2, research methodology. When we meet here in Cambridge and we sit around our big little conference room we have here, everyone's got to put that out there right then. They can't come later, you see? When we design the experiment, they would have to design, the experimental design is key.
Okay, well now he's just spinning his wheels because he just said after the experiment is published, they're going to look at it and say, oh no, it's wrong because of this, this, and this. Which was what Dave was responding to. So he's just spinning his wheels now. So this all started because he didn't want to look stupid. He was so terrified of being made to look stupid by a flat earther that he made himself look much stupider than Dave probably would have made him look anyway. That's, I mean, the irony here. If we can take anything away from this so-called encounter, it is irony.
Here, what is the experiment? It's like the
Michelson-Morley
experiment, right? So you have to design the experiment correctly. One of my great heroes is Richard Feynman. I mean, Richard Feynman would have theory, he would experiments, and he would prove, and he would say, look, if science is real, if the data doesn't match your hypothesis,
you
it doesn't
throw it
matter
out.
You know what's funny? A lot of scientism cultist goofs always bring up Feynman. Now remember what Shiva just said earlier, this was in the previous part, about even though it's blank sheet, somehow he said that all these people that came before need to be respected. Who remembers that? Who remembers that? So this is a great quote from Feynman, one of the best exposing scientism. Let me do a little bit of flashier one, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty here. But what's funny, so Shiva was saying how all these people need to be respected. They follow the scientific method, etc. But Feynman, who we just mentioned, defined science as the belief in the ignorance of the experts. So not pretending they can't be infallible, not respecting them for no reason, which is what Shiva espoused earlier. So Feynman, in direct conflict with everything Shiva is saying here. I mean, Shiva couldn't even remember step 1 of the scientific method. Here's the full quote here. Learn from science that you must doubt the experts. And by the way, the experts, so Shiva says all these people doing experiments, etc., and then you have to, what did he call, suck up to it? Well, Feynman is saying the opposite. You don't suck up to them. You doubt them. As a matter of fact, I can also define science another way. Science is the belief in the ignorance of the experts. When someone says science teaches such and such, like Shiva did this entire time, he is using the word incorrectly. Science doesn't teach it, experience teaches it. If they say to you, science has shown such and such, you might ask, how does science show it? How did the scientists find out? How, what, where? Whereas Shiva could only blindly offer, you must respect. That's what Shiva offered. And then started talking about mantle, curvature, relativity, and gravity. Notice how he never said how, what, where on how those were established. He just has faith in them. So I'm actually glad he brought up Feynman, because it exposes this entire so-called encounter, and it exposes Shiva quite well. Not science has shown, but this experiment, this effect has shown. And you have as much right as anyone else upon hearing about the experiments, but we must listen to all the evidence. Now again, Shiva too cowardly to listen to anything Dave was saying, to judge whether a reusable conclusion has been arrived at. Now again, you see how cowardly Shiva was this entire encounter. He utterly refused to hear about any of these experiments or evidence. He just kept interrupting Dave and saying, I don't care. He doesn't even care about the evidence. Shiva doesn't even care. Time out. Blank sheet. I don't care. The level of goofery here by Shiva, I mean, this is crazy. But it's a good thing he brought up Feynman, because that's always good to brush up on Feynman. Heracles says Feynman never showed the way he arrived at his particle theory. Well, we're not talking about whether Feynman practiced what he preached. That's a separate, whether he was a hypocrite or not, that's a separate discussion. But his thoughts on the merit of the argument he just put forth there is quite solid. Now, whether he practiced what he preached, that's a completely separate matter. But what he preached on the definition of science was quite apt.
Except in cosmology, they can be off by 10 to the 120th power, and they just make it up.
No, but stop. I'm proposing I will help facilitate. Got a guy with 4 degrees from MIT, okay, who's bridged both these worlds.
Notice how insecure Shiva is. He has to keep bringing up his degrees, appeal to credentials, logical fallacies. Man, why is Dave being so naive? Winston should have been on this to throw the fallacies in his face. Like, I would just ask him, Shiva, do you think logic is important? Do you think an alleged man of science should be performing this many fallacies, spamming nothing but fallacies, and cowering from any real intellectual scientific conversation? And how has he bridged the flat earth world? How has he bridged these worlds? Now, he might have bridged, within the medical establishment and, with GMOs, etc. He might have bridged something there. What does that have to do with flat earth or astronomy or physics? Or, those exposing relativity. He himself, he was hallucinating relativity was beyond reproach earlier when when it somehow found its way to his blank sheet. Oh, man, this is tough. This is tough. I mean, this really is tough, because is Shiva just so lost his own goofery and deluded? Is he so deluded with his narcissism? Because it seems like, why does he not care about it seems like he only cares about getting something published. Like, he doesn't even care about the truth of reality. He only cares about teams of scientists doing things in public and getting it published. Like, does he not care about the actual nature of reality? Isn't he even a little tiny bit curious? He's not even a little curious as to how any of these astronomical calculations were done for the heliocentric model. He's not even curious as to the history of it and whether or not it was actually scientific or not. Like, there's zero scientific curiosity here. Seabass says, GMOs were getting exposed in the 80s and 90s, though, so did he expose them, or did he do like Jones and Cooper and just jump on the bandwagon and get propped up for another person's work? Did you just group Alex Jones and Bill Cooper together, or were you saying Jones jumped on Cooper's work? I mean, Jones was pretty early, too, though. I went over this in the Jones party. He was kind of early. Now, later on, yeah, there was more overlap, but, I mean, I don't know. Oh, okay, so like Jones did to Cooper, not both. Yeah, because Cooper, I mean, obviously there were guys before, like Serge Monast, who I go over. I mean, he's one of the OGs in the modern era. Exposed blue beam, all the trans stuff. I mean, Serge Monast was on the ball with a lot of stuff, and because a lot of what Cooper said was based off Serge Monast as well. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell. He was definitely Shiva was definitely one of the guys that kind of went super mainstream with it. So maybe your analogy is apt. Maybe.
Sure.
I will call a scientific conference on this.
Okay.
And we take that experiment that you just said, because from your standpoint, hold on one second, Dave. Hold on a second. Hello? Hello? Is this Alvaro? Okay, Alvaro, I'll be right out. Give me 5 minutes, okay? Oh, 10 minutes. Take your time. Okay, thanks. Bye.
And just another point here about respect. Now, I don't know. Does Shiva always just disrespectfully talk on his phone in the middle of podcasts? Like, even if he was on some kind of mainstream media show, would he do that? Maybe. I don't know. I haven't watched all of his interviews. But is that professional? Or does it just reveal how little he thinks of Flat Earth Dave and the topic of Flat Earth? I mean, I don't know. This entire encounter is such a train wreck here.
Interesting. We're talking about flat roofs. We have a flat roof, rubber roof, and we have to figure out how to do certain maintenance on it. But anyway, Dave, what I'm saying is, I don't care all the shit that's out there.
So he doesn't care about science and reality? He doesn't care about the experiments that came before? He doesn't care about Michelson Morley, its implications? He doesn't care whether the Earth is spinning or not? or going around the sun? He doesn't care? He doesn't care about the history of science or science itself? I mean, okay, the next question I have, is this a combination, is this not just Shiva being, I don't know, what are we going to call this? I mean, I don't want to call him mentally disabled because this was a once brilliant man, but okay, is this not just a fractured psyche? Let's call it that. Is this just a complete and utter lack of awareness? Seabass says, that call reminds me of those movies where the girl or guy doesn't like the date, so they have a buddy call them with urgent news to get them out of it. Okay, is his handler or somebody watching this? And then they had to call him and say, you're getting absolutely demolished and you're digging a deeper and deeper hole. Get out of there now. Get out of there.
Okay? I like to take things completely fresh. When I did the election fraud work, a bunch of people said that I went and looked at the machines. I found the research. I did the analysis. I found a paper which said that the voting machines have a piece of a software in the machine which allows them to multiply votes by weighted race feature. Found it. Unequivocal. Okay? So I like doing, and then the reality is Trump and those guys used my material to talk about election fraud, but they didn't do anything. Okay? Same with the backdoor portal to Twitter. I unequivocally, in court, proved that the government has a backdoor portal into Twitter. Okay? Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson all concealed that. So whenever the truth...
Was that just me, or did he pronounce Tucker with an F? let's replay that.
Truth comes out is use my material to talk about election fraud, but they didn't do anything. Okay? Same with the backdoor portal to Twitter. I unequivocally, in court, proved that the government has a backdoor portal into Twitter. Okay? Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson all concealed that. So whenever the truth comes out, you have these people willing to conceal it. But I'm saying up front, let's get everyone here. I mean, I'm in the heart of science and technology. Right down there's Harvard, over there's MIT.
Let's do it.
So I'm saying and then if the experiment is right, then you can do another experiment and another one, and you build a body of work. Eventually, that's how you win this game. When I did the same thing with the genetically engineered foods, I very quietly published one paper showing that what is the C1 metabolism pathway. Got it published. Okay, very quietly. Next one, I showed what happens when a plant undergoes stress. Published that over here. Then I said, what happens when you genetically modify a plant? Oh, it upregulates formaldehyde, downregulates glutathione. Okay? But I had built it on all this stuff. By the time it came out, these people were fucked because I'd gotten these other things peer-reviewed and published.
Yeah, this is all very revealing about his character. It seems like he doesn't give a crap about what truth is. He just wants to destroy people, get stuff published to amp up his own ego, so he's the one that published it and he's the one that demonstrated something. So he doesn't seem to care about what the truth actually is or helping people. Notice how he didn't say, oh, so this is going to help a lot of people because people can be healthier as a result of the research. No, it's these people were effed. Now, I'm not saying that anybody should have regard for some of these corrupt scum, but I'm just saying where's the aim? Is it truth and helping people? Because exposing GMOs helps a lot of people. But his focus is on, oh, these people are effed. And notice how he keeps repeating, I published it, I did this, I did it. It's all about him. Instead of, oh, it turns out the truth actually was. Now, there's nothing wrong with saying, yeah, I published this paper, but the focus, like on a non-narcissist, the focus is, yeah, it turns out this was really the truth. And it was this, this, and this. But his focus is always himself and getting things published. So that's very, very revealing there.
You say?
Dr. Zero, I
So-
think that there's better. There's other experiments that are better out there that would just take a little more
whatever
time.
it is. So
I got
whatever
it.
it is.
The
whatever
airplane
it
one.
is,
The airplane one
you
is
tell,
done.
You tell me when you want to do a conference here, a scientific.
My
experimental-
suggestion is you're brand new to this topic. I think you need to look at a little more of the evidence before we decide what experiment would be best.
No,
right?
but let's define evidence. Evidence is reproducible predictions. You predict something, you're able to reproduce it. That is a definition of evidence.
Right.
All right, let's take some bets. Is that the definition of evidence? Oh, man. I'm actually starting to feel bad for this guy. I mean, there's not going to be enough room on the screen to fact check his basics. Oh, man, this is crazy. This is, I mean, so, okay. So there's no actual... I mean, is there just no awareness here? So he has a fractured psyche due to the nanny. So obviously there's, various definitions of evidence. Let's go over all of them, though. Because notice, I mean, oh man, just, this is so painful. I have to say, I've never, even looking over like the Craig debates, the Destiny debates, Michael Sartain, I've never been in as much pain as I am now. I mean, we must all just be gluttons for punishment here. Okay. Wow. I mean, this is just... Lay down your bets, people, whether his definition of evidence is going to be accurate or not. Always pays to fact check. Yeah, I'll put it on the screen in a second. I mean, man, the nanny really did a number on this guy, huh? I mean, I'm just not sure... I'm not sure. I just don't understand what he's doing here. I mean, he doesn't know step 1 of the scientific method. So, obviously... Hold on, let me read what everybody in the chat is saying before we get to this. I mean, this is just so painful. That might have been the dumbest thing he ever said yet, and that's saying a lot. But hold on, let's get it on the screen here. Let me read the comments first, and then we'll put it on the screen. All right, nobody has any thoughts on this? Bueller. All right, so this goof is saying that evidence is what is reproducible. As if that is the only that's the only thing that one can possibly mean when referencing evidence. So here's the thing. Is it possible for Shiva Ayyaduirai to be any more wrong? So the basic dictionary definition here, it's simply something that furnishes proof, something legally submitted to a tribunal to ascertain the truth of a matter, an outward sign or indication. Something indicates something, or one who bears witness. Okay, very, very basic definition here. Now, it's technically not a purely scientific definition, so we'll put the purely scientific definition up from multiple sources here. Anybody can, again, just use this. Look at this up on Google. Scientific evidence is information gathered through the scientific method that supports or contradicts a scientific hypothesis. It's based on observations. Observation, also the first step of the scientific method, which Shiva appears to not know. So this kind of tracks. So if he doesn't even know step 1 of the scientific method, then how would he know what the definition of evidence is? I guess he wouldn't. So it's based on observations and data collected in a lab or in the field. So it's not necessary. So whether or not it adheres to the scientific method within the context of an experiment, you could still provide scientific evidence without being part of an official experiment. Now, obviously, experiments are necessary to see how reproducible it is, and obviously with dependent and independent variables and controls to find out what's really going on. But evidence, for example, someone discovers something, a behavior, a drug, whatever, that's still evidence, even if an official experiment hasn't yet been done. But this goof here, I mean, I have to start asking the question, does this guy have a humiliation fetish? Is it similar to Craig's? Because why would he intentionally be making himself look this stupid? Or is his narcissism so out of control, the handler that just called him and told him to get out of there, he thinks he's not doing as bad as his handler observed, and thus is digging a deeper hole. So now I have to leave this on the screen, because Shiva doesn't even know what evidence is. So now we have to leave this up on the screen. Alright, let's continue here.
Right, and there's lots of that. I've got some better experiments that are doable, easily done in one day, easy and definitive. Right?
No, but Dave, the reason this controversy is going on is whenever you have controversies in science, you have to have both parties coming together and designing an experiment, particularly in something like this.
I got one better than the flight going straight. I got
What's
one.
that?
I have a better one that's done on an airplane. My suggestion to you is on my website, flatearthdave.com, there's a picture of me and it says crash course. There's a bunch of videos there that you'll never find on your own
but I don't care about that.
Them. But
no, but I don't want to do
teach
that.
You.
He doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to engage with step 1 of the scientific method. He doesn't want to learn anything about anything. He has zero curiosity about the universe, the earth, how anything works. I mean, can you be more anti-science than Shiva Ayyaduirai? Dakota Dunn says, do you think Shiva's a fraud? All the work he has claimed to do and published not really his, just a thought? I don't know. It's possible it was. I mean, just because his psyche is fractured now doesn't mean it always was. I mean, are you talking about pre-nanny? Are you talking about before he was ever involved with the nanny? So are you talking about before or after involvement with the nanny? She must have really did a number on this guy. I mean, there appears to be nothing left of his brain. He doesn't know what the scientific method is. He doesn't know step 1. He doesn't know the definition of evidence. Seabass says, I think he is one of the UN agents mentioned in the movie Conspiracy Theory or with Mel Gibson from the 90s. I mean, this kind of goofy. I mean, he's running. He's full speed running and admitting to it. I don't want to do that. Why would he want to know about anything about anything? Why would he want to know about the history of science, the history of physics, the history of relativity, the history of astronomy? Why would he have any interest in these things? I mean, is it possible to be more anti-science than Shiva Ayyaduirai? He's so lost in his goofery. It seems like he just wants to suck Flat Earth Dave into the politics of publishing papers that has nothing to do with Flat Earth. So I mean, was that his cope at just being so cowardly and not wanting to be made to look stupid by a flat earther that he defaulted to the only thing that he thought he could beat Dave at, which was the politics of publishing papers? Now, if he had focused only on that, he might have actually got out of this without, completely humiliating himself. But since he thought he knew the scientific method, I mean, then it just got dicey. It got dicey and he couldn't stop spiraling here. My apologies. Again, this guy's given me a headache more than anybody has ever done in any kind of analysis on any subject. I'm going to have to call it here for now. We're going to have to do yet another. I think we can really finish it next time, though. I think we can really finish it next time. We're going to try. I think we can. We're going to do one more episode. I might, if I recover enough, maybe I can even do it later today. I just need to recover from this. I've never seen this before. He doesn't even know what evidence is. So thanks again, everybody, for joining us. If you want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share. You can check us out Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comments section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.